Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Welcome to ZaranTech's cutting-edge SAP S for HANA Finance 2022 training, your key to unlocking the full potential of financial management in the digital age. In today's dynamic business landscape, SAP S for HANA Finance is pivotal for driving efficiency and strategic decision-making. Our specialized training at ZaranTech delves deep into the latest features and enhancements of SAP S for HANA Finance 2022, empowering you with the skills to optimize financial processes, streamline reporting, and stay compliant with evolving regulations. Elevate your financial expertise with ZaranTech's industry-leading trainers and stay ahead in the ever-evolving world of finance technology. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Difference between ECC and S4HANA. 2. Organization structure of FICO. 3. Configuration till segment. 4. Explanation on configuration steps, SAP FICO. 5. Configuration till fiscal year variant. 6. Configuration till document type. Let's dive into the video now.
ERP, you know what is a ERP, right? So before ERP were the businesses, right? So how they were operating, previously. So they were operating how? Before means, I mean to say that we have a centralized system, right, today because of ERP. But before that, how they were operating, like, were the businesses in our country? Businesses were there, right? How they were operating, right? So you can say bookkeeping method, right? Yeah, so they were maintaining books, right? Like if you know that we had inventory books where they were, writing all the entries and everything, right? Everything was done manually, right? And so that method is known as a decentralized method, okay, which were used previously. And the method which we use, that is the ERP method, is a centralized method. We are going to cover these topics, okay? This 9 topics we are going to cover, okay, in our basic, so that you are clear on the base of SAP. Okay. So now we will just go with the implementation steps first. Okay. In SAP. So I will be explaining you what are the implementation steps in SAP. Okay. So we'll start with the implementation steps. Okay. So we'll start with the implementation step, Jayanta, so that you understand how the flow happens in SAP. Whenever you start a project, how does it happens? Okay. So implementation means like, you are just installing a new SAP as per the customizing requirement of the client. Okay. So for fulfilling that customizing requirement, we are there, like the FI consultant, consultant, who come together and implement this software. Okay. So these are the common steps. So if you see here, implementation, there are 2 types of implementation. You can see one, greenfield implementation and brownfield implementation. Okay. So do you know what is the difference between greenfield and brownfield implementation?
So one of them is migrating exactly from the current to new environment. The other one is the building it from scratch.
Perfect. So it is end to end, you can say. Okay. When you say for greenfield implementation, it is from scratch that you are building the entire SAP. Okay. So what are the phases that we will just understand? Okay. So first phase is your project preparation. Okay. Now what comes under project preparation, that we will understand. Okay. So just a second. I'll just open a PPT. So if you see over here, these are the phases of implementation. So first phase comes as project preparation. Okay. So basically what we do in this project preparation. Okay. Now tell me, if you are going for an implementation project, okay, or take an example, there will be a project manager who will handle this entire project. Okay. End to end. So he is the responsible for performing all these activities. Okay. So he will prepare the project chart. Then he will also decide that how many consultants do he wants for completing of this project. So he will decide, like, he wants 5 consultants, 2 FI consultant, depending on the business. Like, you know, right, there can be different types of implementation industries. Like you can have a trading industry, you can have a manufacturing industry, you can have a service industry implementation. Okay, so depending on that, the manager would decide that how many, you know, consultants he needs to complete this project. So all that things are decided in your project preparation phase only. Okay, why you do need to do this now? Because what happens, you are delivering the project to the client, right, to the end customer. So if you don't give him the brief idea, or if you don't document everything, now he can come back to you and he can say that you know, because the cost also matters, correct, right? So as and when you increase the you can say consultants, your cost will also increase, right? So that is the reason the project manager has to document each and everything. Okay, if you see over here, define project chart, define project scope and delivery. Okay, prepare project schedule. Schedule also he has to prepare. I will explain you how the schedule also happens. I mean, so that I will explain you in the landscape part. Okay, so if you see, I am going to cover all these topics. That time I will cover that landscape part. So yeah. So project plan also is decided, means as I told you, right, how many consultants, everything he has to give them. Okay, but you know what happens, I'll give you an example in the real world. Okay, so suppose you have decided that I mean, you will require say, as I gave you the count, right, 5 consultant, 5 ABAP consultants. So but later on it can happen that, you know, the client can increase some work or something. Now that time, yeah, the project manager has the flexibility that he can increase his resource also. Okay, because if he doesn't mentions in the agreement, na, then what happens, the client, as I told you, na, client can come back to him that the amount is fixed, why you're not handling in the fixed cost only. Okay, then comes the business blueprint. Okay, now what is a business blueprint? Okay, that we will understand. So now the agreement is done, right? The project manager has hired also the resources, whatever he needs for the project, correct? Next phase comes your blueprint. Okay, so blueprint, what I have just mentioned over there, BPD. Okay, the full form of BPD is business process document. Okay, so when I say business process document, okay, if you know the as is to be concept, now you will understand that. Do you know what is as is and to be?
As is the current one, to be is the target.
Perfect. Yeah. So in that BPD, na, the consultants will capture each and every requirement. Okay, what is the requirement and what is the current process that the client is doing, and what is the to be requirement. Okay, I'll give you a short example over here. If you know P2P cycle, right? So in the P2P cycle, take a thing that after the PO creation, okay, client has a requirement that email should get triggered to the logistic team. Okay, so in that case, then this becomes a new requirement, right? As is process is a normal process where they are manually doing the stuff, but here they want the email directly to get triggered. Okay, so that can be done in SAP. So that you have to document in your business blueprint, the current requirement. Okay, so if you see over here, perform system requirement study, the same as I told you, business blueprint, document business requirement, prepare business blueprint, perform gap analysis. Now this I will be explaining you. What is this gap analysis? Okay, this comes in your business blueprint only. Okay, so this RISE phase comes into picture because of your gap analysis. Okay, when a consultant does a gap analysis, na, that time this RISE comes into picture. Okay, so I'll be explaining you what is this RISE. Okay, so if you see over here, it is written as WRICF. So the full form is W stands for workflow, R stands for report. Okay, this is explained. I stands for interface, C stands for conversion, E stands for enhancements, and F stands for form. So RISEF means something which a standard SAP cannot deliver to you. Okay, standard SAP cannot deliver to you. So in that case, you have to go for a RISEF development. Okay, that is known as a gap analysis. So we'll go one by one. I'll be explaining you very shortly. Okay, not in a brief. Workflow. Now, what is a workflow? Okay, do you know what is a workflow?
It is basically series of steps that will be
Perfect.
configured in SAP.
Perfect. Okay. So for this, we need a technical consultant also. So there are two types of consultant also in SAP. One are the functional consultant and other are the technical consultant. Okay. So functional consultant who has a core knowledge of the business also, and accordingly they design the configure the system. And the technical consultant are the one who will help you in these activities. Okay. So the technical consultant and the functional consultant will come together and they will help you to develop this workflow. Okay. So we have a workflow consultant also in SAP who is means like I told you, right? Technical consultant. So in technical consultant, you have one ABAP consultant and you have one workflow consultant. Okay. So who designs everything and then he can, as per your flow requirement, he can give you the workflow activity design. Clear? After that comes report. So report again, right? Like some fields are not there in your standard system. Like suppose if you know the T codes in SAP, there is a report vendor master data. Okay, FBLN1. Okay, so if you go in that T code now, you don't get vendor name. Okay, vendor name, vendor address. So, but if you want that, now you can develop a report itself. Okay, means a complete new report you can develop. So that will have a separate T code also. Okay, so there will be a separate T code also specific to that, which will start from, you say, Z something, FBL1N, like that. Okay. Yeah, this also I think you must be clear because many of the companies, they use the customized reports. Okay, if they're not getting the data from the actual SAP standard. Okay, so here I've just given an example that how the technical and the functional consultant come together and how they build the report. As you give the logics, right? You just when we had the first conversation, you said that you gave some logics, right? So I will explain you this part over here. Okay, so take an example that your client wants some GST report. Okay, so for that GST report, you have this much columns: vendor name, vendor address, tax rate, vendor type, GST. Okay, these are the columns that you want. So what that functional consultant will do, like say you are a functional consultant, right? I'm just giving an example. You and you are going to build the logic. So you in SAP, first I'll explain you in SAP. There are three layers. You know the three layers: presentation, okay, application, and database. Okay. So if you see here, R3 structure, we call it as SAP R3 structure. Okay. The first is your client, that is your presentation layer. Second is your application layer, and third is your database layer. Okay. So when I say client, okay, or presentation layer, see, you have a laptop, right? I'll give you an example. Okay. Presentation means what? Your client. Take the example. Huh? Okay. So what the client will do? He will first use the SAP, correct? And he will give some command. So I will tell you, like, take the example, you are on the PO screen. Okay. So on the PO screen, you are selecting vendor, correct? Vendor name. Huh? When you select vendor name, you do F4 and then you select the number, correct? Huh. So how does the system understands that this vendor should be selected? I mean, this vendor name should be stored somewhere, right? Because of which it is coming in your screen. So where it is stored? The vendor names are stored in the database. Okay. And what does this application layer do? So application layer, you can say that it is a link between these two. Okay. Or you can say the coding language, that is ABAP. When I say ABAP consultant, ABAP is basically the coding language also, you can say. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So wait, I'll give you the full form also of ABAP. So what does this application? It captures the information like what the vendor is, the client is searching. It goes into the coding and then it fetched the data from the database. So this database is nothing but the tables through which the information is stored in SAP. Is it clear now? How does this work? See over here. From the diagram itself, you will understand. First, it goes into application. Application will go into the database. It will pull from the database and then it will bring into your presentation screen. Okay. So based on that, what happens, as a functional consultant, what you have to do, you have to give the logic. I mean, from which table you want to pick which data. So like if you see over here, just an example is given. AC DOCA, this is the universal table. I will be explaining you this when we do the difference between ECC and S4 HANA. Okay. So here just example is given that pull from AC DOCA the vendor number. So this is the, if you see over here, this BELNR is the vendor number. Okay. See over here I have given. Check table AC DOCA for period so and so, then vendor number so and so, and Lefner so and so. Lefner means your vendor number. Okay. So I've just given, then the information will be pulled from SAP, and this backend logic will be written by the technical consultant. Okay. After this report, I have explained.
How do I find all the tables?
So you can use SC16N. Okay. Use XC16N and you can update the tables. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so we were over here. Report. After report comes your, okay, this is just an example that I have given as I gave you just, right, how the logics. Tomorrow I will show you in the table. Okay. After that comes your interface. Now what is the interface? We'll try to understand basically. Now tell me, there can be two systems, right? Take the example from MFG Pro. Okay. You want to pull the data into SAP. Okay. We'll take an example. So MFG Pro is a third party tool, correct?
Yeah.
And you're posting entries in this MFG Pro. Take, you're posting AR entries, you're posting AP entries. Okay. But you want that entries because now you're going to use SAP, but the client has decided they still want to retain this MFG Pro. Okay. I mean, they are going to discard, means they are going to retire this app, but for say some months they want to use this. Okay. So in that case, you need to link your MFG Pro with SAP. Okay. So how you're going to link? Basically, linking means what? The file which posting entries are there, AR, AP, there will be a file, right, which will be generated. So that file you will push into SAP. Okay. So the files which we push now, it is known as the inbound and outbound file. Okay. Inbound means something is coming into SAP and outbound means something is going from SAP. So take an example as I gave you, AR posting. So AR postings will come into SAP. So this will be a inbound interface. Okay. And take your payments. Okay. So you are making payments. So payments you are making from SAP. Okay. So when you're making payments from SAP, what is happening over here? You are just sending a report to MFG Pro. Okay, that so and so payments are cleared, are done. Okay, means like a Excel file or something you're sending to MFG Pro. So this becomes the outbound interface. And there is a T code also through which you can identify. So this, if you see over here, I have given just an example that there is a T code in SAP through which you can identify that whether the file is pushed or not. Okay, if it is an error, this T code you can run and you can check whether the file, whether what is the error, and you need to resolve the error. Okay. So in this process also there are different steps. Like I told you in the reporting you need or other phases you need a workflow, you need a functional consultant, you need a ABAP consultant, and you need a workflow consultant. Correct. Similarly in this case, okay, you need a FIC. I'm just giving a FICO, FICO consultant or MM, whoever is delivering that interface. Okay. Then you need a ABAP consultant, you need a basis consultant also. Okay. And you need a CPI consultant also. So this 4 consultants come into picture when you're going for a integration. Okay. Interface. Okay. So you know, right, why we need a functional consultant? Because he is the one who will give the all logics, right, about the technical consultant. Why you need? Because in the backend he will be writing the coding. Okay. Now basis consultant. Now who are the basis consultant? Now you know, right, there is a database, as you know, right, servers are there, correct, right? As we learned about the 3 applications, right? To look after the servers, right, we need a consultant, and that activity is done by the basis consultant. Okay. the server issues or any server is not like your system is working slow, okay, or anything. So that all activities are handled by the basis consultant. Okay. So what this basis consultant will do now, there is a path in SAP. If you see, I have updated the T code AL11. So through this T code, okay, they will maintain that path through which the file will sit into that directory. Okay. So that activity will be handled by the basis consultant. And what is this CPI consultant? Now I will explain you. So CPI is your process, okay, processing. Okay. So what these consultants will do now, they are going to do the mapping between both the files. Why you need to do mapping? Because see, in MFG Pro, there will be some format, right? Specifically, like they will have some specific format, correct? That format you need to map with your SAP. So that format you need to map with SAP, because SAP, in SAP, what is there in the backend? Tables, right? Tables. So you have to map that with your MFG Pro file. Okay. So that activity will be done by your CPI consultant. Okay. So this becomes your interface. Now comes your conversion. Okay. Now what is this conversion rise up? Okay. Now tell me one thing. Do you know data, right? There are multiple datas, right? Like you have vendor master, you have customer master, correct? Multiple data is there, right? Huh.
Yeah.
So is it possible that like you are going for an implementation project, okay, or any project, okay, implementation? I'll give you the different types of projects also in SAP later on. But is it possible that you will keep on creating one customer or vendor? Suppose you have 10,000 customers or you have 20,000 customers. You will keep on creating one customer in SAP? Is it?
Or create a bulk.
Bulk, correct? Perfect. Import. So what are the options? How you can implement bulk? So suppose your client is giving you a requirement that I want some T code or I want something through which, data can directly get pushed into SAP. I just have to upload the file and all the customers, vendors can be created. Okay. So that you can say it comes under the conversion. So they will create a program. Based on the program, then the file will be pushed into SAP, and that program will have a T code also. I will explain you that in the system also tomorrow, so don't worry on that. Last comes your second last comes your enhancement. Now what is the enhancement? Okay, do you know what is the enhancement?
I think there are two ways how you can look at it. One is customization, also people call it as enhancements. All Z attributes or custom program, anything.
Okay. So this entirely is the customization only. What you're seeing, right? Entirely. It's RISEF means basically customization only. Okay. So what is the enhancement? We'll understand. So take the example. You must be knowing FBL1N report, right? Which is a standard report. Okay. Now in this report, okay, this gives you all the information, but your client wants also vendor name to appear over here. Okay. So this is just one field, right, that we need. It is not that you need an entire report. Like in this case, it was not possible, right? You have so many fields. So we suggest client to go for the customized report only. But in this case, you can just do a small enhancement itself in the standard report. Understood?
Yeah.
So anything which you do in the standard report, that can be considered as an enhancement. Okay? Clear?
Yeah.
After that, means enhancement means I'm just not telling from a reporting point of view. You can take an example, anything, like even a technical person is doing some coding or some changes he is doing in the standard, that can also be considered as an enhancement. Okay. After enhancement comes the next topic, that is form. Now, what is a form? Form, take the example, you are working in the industry also. You need different types of invoices, right? Tax invoices, then sales invoices, purchase invoices. So that all development comes under form. And the client has to go for a RISEP when he goes for a form development. Okay. Because standard forms SAP has delivered, but that forms will not have the exact information. It will have the SAP information, right? But you need your company's information, like ABC company, the ABC company's address, every detail. Correct?
Yeah.
So these are the type of enhancements, and these are the types of, what is the RISEPs and why it is considered under the gap analysis. Clear on this, right?
Yes.
Perform gap analysis. Okay. After gap analysis, see this topic also means gap analysis also the consultant has to do in the first phase only. The second phase only. Okay. And then review and finalize your business blueprint. Because what happens now, once your blueprint is finalized now, then it is very difficult because what happens, I'm telling you what happens in the real world. Client can come again and he can pitch you, no, I don't want this or I don't want that and once you're freezed with all your requirement now, then if you do the changes now, then you can cost the client. Okay, that is the thing. So you have to phrase it in your first phase only. That is very important. Okay, second phase only. Then after comes your realization phase. Now, what is this realization? In realization phase, you are going to start the configurations, okay, in SAP. Whatever we are going to see in the system now, that all things you are going to start in this phase. Okay. So what the project manager has to see, he has to prepare the development environment. I will explain you this topic also. What is this environment? I think you must be aware what is this environment, but I'll explain you yet. Okay. So there are three types of environment, you can say. One is development, okay, other is quality, and last is your production. Okay, so you can consider this as a phases in which your project will be delivered. Okay, so just think, if you don't follow this process, okay, what will happen? Just think on that way. Suppose you started as a consultant, you started everything in production only, configuration, everything. Will your balance sheet match? Because see, at the end, your balance sheet should match, right? With your current legacy system, whatever is the legacy system should match. But if you want to match, you have to follow these three phases. If you don't follow now, you're going to mess the system itself. Okay. So you have to follow. First, you have to do everything in development. Then you have to push into quality, and last should be your production. Okay. So for that, your manager has to see, he gives you a development environment over here. Okay. After that, do all the configurations. So we are also going to do all the configurations in SAP, create the org structure, business process, everything. Okay. Identify the development objects, from where, see, prepare functional and technical specification for ISF object, where we did the gap analysis. Now, based on the gap analysis, then the functional consultant will start preparing the document. So when they prepare this RICEFs, they have to prepare two types of. I told you, right? Many consultants are involved. So functional consultant will prepare functional document. Technical consultant who writes the coding, he will prepare technical document. Okay. So this way the activities are handled, and then comes then this all activities comes in your realization phase. And even in realization phase, like for example, I gave you, right, in this development environment, your consultants are going to do the configuration means like creating company code, everything. Okay, but you need to also do the testing, right? Testing should also be a part, right? Like if you're creating a company code, when you select that, okay, in any posting, it should appear, correct? So that becomes a unit testing. Okay, whatever testing you do in the development, that is known as a unit testing. Okay, after this comes your final preparation. Okay, now what are you going to do in the final preparation? Again, like in the first phase, you prepared the development environment, manager has prepared. Now he will take the help of basis consultant in preparing these servers and everything. So here also the basis consultant helps. Okay. Then comes then the second step comes, that prepare the quality and training environment. You need this, right? Because see, for the client, the system, he is completely new to SAP, right? So you have to provide him as a training also. Okay. And the quality environment, why you prepare? Because you need to have a unit testing, UAT testing in your quality environment. Okay. The full form of UAT is user acceptance testing. Okay. Why it is very, very important to have a UAT testing? Because this provides you the sign off from the client. Till the sign off is not provided by your client, your project can also go in delay. You're clear? So this is known as a very important and crucial testing, okay, which has to get performed in your quality environment. So here, see, if you see, prepare production environment, perform data migration activity, perform testing. Data migration means, as I told you, right, migrate all your data. Means which kind of data can be in your system? Customer, to two types of data, right? One will be your master data and other will be your transaction data, correct? Everything you need to push into SAP. So that all activities are also performed over here. After that comes perform training activities, prepare your transition plan, okay? Establish support desk. Now, what is this support desk? Now, see why support desk is needed, because see, you completed your project, correct? Completed you everything you completed, but after completion also there should be a support, right, to the client. You just can't say that, okay, now everything is done, this is the go live date, take the project and start working, because even the client will face some issues, right? Someone should be there to support them. That is the reason you have to prepare this support desk, okay? After that comes your production cutover, okay? Production cutover means to perform all the activities before delivering the project. So these are all the activities. Perform transaction activity. Now, what is this transaction activity? Let me explain you. Okay. Like I told you, right? You will transport. These are the three environments, correct? In these three environments, what are you going to do? You are going to transport all the configurations, what you are doing, correct? So this activity is done automatically, right? I mean, there are some TR activities. I don't know if you know transport request. Through that, we push every TR in each and every system. Okay. But there are some T codes which you have to manually, some activity which you have to perform manually in each and every system. Okay. Manual activities. So that manual activities, if you say manually you have to perform, that means in each and every system you will do that activity, right? So that activities comes under this way, perform transition activities. Okay. Then even you have to do a system performance check. Okay. Because see, if you deliver the system and if you don't check, like take an example, when I say system check, if you are using this FBL 1 and T code, okay, and to run this T code, it is taking say 15 minutes for your execution. Is it okay? Is it okay if this report is taking 15 minutes to give you the end result? But it is not, right? So that is the reason you have to do this performance testing, okay, in SAP. Okay, and that phase comes in your production cutover. Okay, then prepare support desk. Last is your go live. So go live means actual run, where you're submitting the system to the client, and after implementation phase you deliver the project. Then comes your support project. Okay, support project means during the daily activities, if your client is facing any issue, that help can be provided by the support team. Okay, so you as an implementation project manager, you need to make sure that all your documents, everything is hand over to your support project, and you, if not support project, to your client. Okay, everything you have to deliver. You should make sure that you don't have any documents or anything when you close your project. Okay, resolve their issues. As I told you, right? You have to give them 2 months of hypercare support. That is known as a hypercare support. When you give them the extended support, right, after project delivery, that is known as hypercare support. I will give you the example. What was the previous method that the SAP was using, and what is the current method that the what is the previous method, not SAP, as a project manager they were using, and what is the new process, as is and to be. This was the old method. Okay, to be method. In this method, what was the drawback? Like take the example, you started the project in say Jan 22. Okay, and you gave the timeline that I will complete this project till Jan 24. Okay, how many months, how many years you are taking over here? Almost 3 years, right? 2 years you are taking, correct? So it is a long time, right? Till that time your system will not be available with your client, right? Correct? It is a long process. What is the new method is known as the agile method. Okay, do you know agile method? You know, right? Okay. Can you explain me what is that?
More iterative
process. Yeah. You are delivering the project into phases. Okay. When I say phases, what happens? Here you're taking the same time, correct? Like for example, I'll give you, here you're taking the same time, but you're delivering the project in phases. The client will not have to wait, till 24 something. Till Jan 24, you can deliver the project in phases. So I'll just explain you how. Take the example over here. First will be your basic configurations. Okay, basic means you are just giving the system so that they can start posting the entries into system. Okay, then comes your legal requirement. Legal requirements are very important, correct? Because you have to match everything in SAP, right? As per your legal. And
Yeah.
last comes your customization. Okay, custom. Okay, so what you are taking here, also you're delivering, but you are taking from Jan 22. Okay, to I will complete in October 22, like that. So your first phase is delivered, correct? Then comes November 22. Okay, to say November to I will say June 22, 23. Okay, and last comes your July 20 through 23 to Jan 24. Okay, understood? This will be the agile methodology. Okay, clear?
Yeah.
We'll go for the changes between ECC and S4 HANA. ECC, okay, and S4 HANA. Okay, so what are the changes, or what is the benefits you can say in S4 HANA? Okay, the first and the major benefit is your database. Okay, so previously ECC, I mean, when you are in ECC, you can use this all database. You can run on Oracle, HANA, SQL, MS Office. Okay, this all database you were able to use when you were in ECC. Okay, in S4 HANA, you can just use the HANA database. Okay, basically this runs on your RAM. You understand the RAM, right? So, because of that, now we say that this is a cloud premises. This is on cloud premises. Okay, this
Yeah.
point is clear to you. Okay, next comes your vendor and customer. These are all specific to FICO. Whatever I'm showing you now, it's are all specific to FICO. Then comes your customer and vendor. Okay, master data. So previously in ECC, these were the T codes SK01 and XD01. So when you were creating any master data in SAP previously, you are using these T codes. Okay, but now in S4 HANA, you just have to use BP T code and you can create the vendor and customer. So BP, previously we were considering separate vendors and customer. Now both of them are considered as a business partner. Okay. And what is the major, advantage of having this? So if you know intercompany, right? Intercompany. What is the intercompany? Do you know?
It is a trade within the company.
Yes, correct. So in this case, what happened? See, when you were in ECC, you had to create a separate vendor and a separate customer, correct? In the master data. But in this case, what you is there, you will be using the same code and you will just be changing the role. I mean, roles are there when you go for BP. So you'll change the role from, you can say, you'll change the role from vendor master, where you'll just select that supplier master and then you will select customer master specific to company code, and you will create the same, you'll use the same number for your intercompany vendor. Okay, there are many more advantage. I mean, just if you see the screen also, now if you have seen, the screen is also covers so many data in BP currently. So you have the tax part also, to tax part changes also, many things are there. Okay, so we will be doing the specific configuration also in the systems. I'll show you how the basic steps are there through which you can configure the BP in SAP. Okay. After that comes the third part, that is your AC DOCA table. This is a major change in SAP. Okay. AC DOCA table, which is known as a universal table. Okay. Do you know this about AC DOCA table?
It is a GL.
Yes, it's a GL, correct. So I'll explain you the difference first. If you see this, in ECC there were multiple tables you can see. BSEC, BSIK, correct? BSID.
Yeah.
I'll explain you this table. BSEC was the old table specific to transactions. Okay, like AC DOCA is your table which gives you all the details related to transactions. Similarly, BSEC was the old table in ECC. See, when I say old table, it doesn't mean that you will not found, you cannot get all these tables in S4 HANA. You will, when you search in SE16N, you can see if you have the system access, you can check also. If you go in SE16N, you can check that these tables you will get in S4 HANA also. But this is a new table. What is the advantage of this new table? All the information which you are getting in your BSEC table, you can get in the ACDOCA itself. BSIK and BSID is your customer and vendor open item table. You understand open item, right? Where you can see what is the closing balance, what is the balance to be paid. So that information also you can get in ACDOCA. BSET is your tax table. Again, tax table information also you're getting. And BKPF is your header table. That information also you're getting in your ACDOCA table. Okay, clear on this? I'll give you one more example. What is the difference? Major is your ledger bifurcation in this. Okay, ledger bifurcation. In this, you don't get the ledger wise bifurcation. Okay, if you know the ledger concept, it will be very. You know the ledger concept, or you don't know?
I do have a high level.
Okay, you have a high level, right? What is the ledger concept? Okay, yeah. So that is a thing that ledger wise you get the bifurcation in your ACDOCA. Because of that, what happens, you don't need to do the reconciliation. Previously, we had to do the reconciliation between the ledgers. Now you don't need to do the reconciliation. Okay, so in asset accounting,
it is done automatically.
Yeah, it is, means you get table wise, you get all the details, right? As per the ledger only, all the details you're getting in ACDOCA. So no need to do the reconciliation. Okay, in asset accounting also it helps. Okay. Yeah. After that comes your fourth, that is user interface. Okay. Previously in ACC, we had just the GUI, right? Primary user interface.
Yeah.
Correct. But now in S4 HANA, you have two interface. GUI is also there and your secondary user interface is also there. That is known as your Fury apps. Okay. So yeah, you know, right? What is the advantage of Fury apps? That you can directly connect through your mobile also and laptop also using the Fury app. You must have seen also, right? Okay. Next comes your new GL and your classic GL. Okay. So I'll give you example. Okay. So document splitting. Okay. Means a particular document you want to split as per your, take the example, profit center. Okay. Do you know what is profit center? So profit center wise, you want the splitting to happen in SAP. Okay. So for that, you can use this new GL concept. Okay. New GL. So, and that is in S4 HANA, you just have new GL. Means your new GL is automatically activated. You have the option that you can deactivate that new GL concept, but when you create a company code, it is automatically activated. So what happens, when you post the entry, automatically the entry will also flow to your profit centers. Okay, so we are going to do this document splitting also configuration in the system. So you will be more clear on that topic. Okay. After that comes your material ledger. Material ledger is optional, okay, in your ECC, and here it is. It is there. If you're going for the SDMM, you have to activate the material ledger. Seventh point is your currency. Okay. Previously in ECC, we had just had 3 currencies, but now in S4 HANA, okay, this is the new T code, which you can see. I have updated over here. PINISC_ledger. You have 10 currencies. Okay. So if you want to do reporting in different types of currency, you can go for that configuration. Okay. Then there are many other changes also, like just I have highlighted, major changes, like, this just I have given an example that the character or the numbers of material code has changed from 18 to 40 characters, like that. Okay. Next is your 9th point, that is related to COPA. Okay. So this COPA part, I think I should explain you from the system itself. Do you know this change? What is this?
I think there is a cost-based and account-based.
Correct. Yeah, that is a change. Yeah.
Yeah. But the recommendation is basically we need to go ahead with account-based.
Perfect.
Instead of cost-based.
Perfect. Why we have to go with account-based? Do you know that?
I don't know.
Okay, so we have to go with account-based COPA. Everything is now in the universal table, right?
Yeah.
So the information related to costing also can go in your ACDOCA table. Okay. So, there is some activity that you need to perform. So I will show you the step over here. So see, this is basically how we are going to do the configurations in the system. Okay. So I will be providing you this Excel where the steps are mentioned. Okay, like first create the company, then the company code, then the business area segment, then the chart of account, all these steps. Okay, so you have to do all these steps, and then comes your controlling area configuration. Okay, and when you do the controlling area configuration, now here your steps comes to see this step I'm talking about. Okay, in this step you are activating that cooperating concern. After activating, what you are doing, you execute this program. Once you execute this program, now all the fields also go in your AC DotCom. So for creating GL master, we have a T code FS00 in S4 HANA. Okay, and even in ECC we have the same T code. Okay, but in ECC, previously what we used to do, we were creating two types of master data. Okay, one was the GL master and other was the cost element. Okay, yeah, you can see in the screen, right? I have mentioned KA01
Yeah.
was the T code for cost element. Okay, and for GL account, the T code was T code is FS00. But now SAP has merged the cost element criteria also in FS00. Okay, so you don't need to create multiple, master data. Only you can create directly in FS00, and you can create the cost center also, and you can create the GL account also, and you can create the cost element also. So if you go through, you must have seen the GL screen, right? In FS00. So under account type, there were two accounts. Okay, previously in ECC, just one was balance sheet and other was P&L. But now, if you go in the account now, account type, there will be four accounts. Okay, one will be your this profit and one will be your primary cost and primary element. Other will be your secondary element, and next will be your non-profit and loss element, and last will be your balance sheet. So these are the four tabs that SAP has introduced. Because of it, what is happening now, directly you can create the cost element itself in FS00. We'll see in the screen also. Next is your LSMW and LTMC tool. Okay, so these are the two standard tools which SAP has provided to you in actually LSMW is there in ECC also, but LTMC is a new tool which SAP has provided, which is used for migrating the data. Okay, so through this tool you can migrate the data. Data means any data, like say you have two types of data, transaction data and master data. So both the datas can be in bulk can be pushed into SAP by using this tool. Okay, I'll just explain you what is the difference between these two. Okay, in LSMW, what is there? You have to follow some steps, and based on that steps, your file will get uploaded in the SAP system. Okay, and in LTMC, what is the difference? In LTMC, SAP has provided you a ready-made file. Okay, you just have to fill the the mandatory fields, and then you can push the file into SAP. Is it clear? I have given you the link also over here, how to push it. It explains the process step by step, how to push the file into SAP. Okay, so now this is LTMC. Okay, this is a blog which you can also use. So I'll just go down and show you directly from the steps. Okay, so see, first it is a T code itself. Just update the T code in your GUI LTMC. After that, just go down. You will get this. It will be like a Fury, how the Fury tile opens, it will open in the same way. Then click on create. Okay, it is same like LSMW only. Create a project like they have created. Update this data, retain. Okay, and then search over here for the material. Okay, like they have shown you an example of material upload. Material also is a master data, no? So that they have shown in this example. Okay, so click on that. Go down. Okay, and here you will get a download template option. Okay, so you have to download this template over here, and the fields which are there, like basic data, storage data, all these fields in this file which SAP has provided, readily all the informations are there. Which fields are mandatory and everything. So accordingly update the data, like in this example they have shown over here. Okay, nothing you have to do, just update the data, everything. Okay, once you have updated, okay, just you have to upload the file. Okay. Once you upload, there are steps. I mean, here only you can see, right? After download, there is upload function. So upload the file. Once upload, activate it and start transfer. So this activity becomes data validation, starts into the background. Okay. If error is there, you need to rectify the error. Any missing field or anything, it gives you the errors. Okay. You need to rectify whatever is the error. Again, do the same process, confirm mapping. Okay. And then once it is in green, that means your file is loaded. Okay. This has the entire steps. I mean, how you need to go into after this step, which step you need to follow, everything. Next, I will show you LSMW. Now, LSMW is an old tool. Okay. You can get that even in ECC. So if you go in LSMW again is a T code. If you go in the SAP GUI, you just have to click on LSMW. Okay. In your GUI screen. Okay. You see, it is the same way only how LTMC is there. See, even in LTMC, we define the project and everything. So here also you're doing like that only. You're creating project, sub-project, object. After creating that, okay. So this is that step. You have to do this 13 steps, okay, one by one. Maintain, not this one, okay. Let's show you it. This only, okay. These are the 13 steps. So one by one, you have to do the entire steps. Now in this first step, if you see over here, there is a recording tab over here. You can see this one. So in this recording tab, now basically what you are supposed to do, you are supposed to record your T code. Now take the example, you want to create the master data for FS00. I mean the GL account. Okay. So you'll have to type over here your FS00 T code. Okay. And then FS00 T code, like they have given here the vendor master example. Okay. See, they are just updating over here what they want to record, everything. Okay. And then the transaction tab comes. So here they will update the transaction tab related to master, vendor master. This is the old transaction, FK01. So they have updated that. Okay. And then they do this recording of every screen. Like they will update. This screen is this input they want to update. All this information they will keep on updating. Okay. Whatever they want to record. So why they update all this screens? Because they want the specific screens to get recorded. Okay. So if you see in the next step, when they click on save, this all, whatever screen they have recorded, field they have recorded, that comes over here. Okay. Once the field is recorded, okay, they map with the tables. Now you can see, right? This is the table over here. Okay. So just follow the steps. Okay. See, here the Excel comes with the, this is the table name and this is the description. Okay. Whatever fields they have recorded. They do it text to column so that it comes into a proper format. Everything. Go down. Okay. This is just the Excel that they are formatting. Now here, after the next step, they have just clicked and map everything. Okay. Means your entire fields have got recorded and it has got mapped. Okay. In this step. Okay. Just follow the steps. Whatever 13 steps are there, now just keep on executing all the 13 steps. Okay. Once your Excel is ready. Okay. So just go down. Okay. Source, whatever steps are there, just follow it. 13 steps. Okay. In the same way, you can do it. This blog will be helpful. Okay. You can just try once after we have completed our GL to GL master data or something. You can just try one LSMW or LTMC. Okay. So that you will be clear with the steps, how you need to perform it. Okay. So go down, just moving down directly. Okay. See here. Okay. In this step, you can see here, read data is there. Then display read data is there. So here you can see your data gets recorded. Okay. Whatever you have stored in the Excel. And then in the next step, you create the display converted data. Convert data, display the converted data. Same steps are there. Okay. Then it becomes in green. So when I say convert data, it is ready to be pushed into the SAP system. Okay. And do the last step, that is create batch input session. So once you create the batch input session, okay, your 8 entries are getting uploaded into the SAP system. Okay. And yeah, here the limit is, I think 10,000 is the limit for this. Like in LSMW, you don't have that limit of 10,000. Okay. So in this way, your data gets uploaded and then you can check the list under vendor master or anything that your data has got properly updated or not. Okay, so we are done with this topic. This we have already done. Cost base and account base, which you already know. I will show you in the screen also. Okay, here I have marked some T code, like to check the table entry. Now you can go in SE16N and check the tables. Okay, any tables which you want to see. So I will show you this also later. So we are done with the basic topics. I can start now the org structure, right? So we'll start today with the org structure. Let me see if I want to cover anything. If you want me to cover anything. What is the landscape? Landscape basically means your development, quality, and production server. Okay, anything which you create configuration which you create in SAP, it gets saved in your transport request. Okay, so there are two types of transport request. Okay, there are two types of transport request. One is a customizing and other is a workbench. Okay, this I'll explain and then we'll stop. Customizing and other is workbench. So now what is this customizing and what is workbench? Customizing means any configuration changes that you're doing in the system, and workbench majorly means any technical changes that you're doing in the system. So when you save a TR, two types of TR can be created. One is customizing and workbench. Okay, and customizing is known as dependent TR and workbench is known as independent TR. Okay, so what is this dependent and what is independent? So I will give you an example over here. Now, as I told you, right, you can't just rely on one particular server, right? You have to go through this phase: development, quality, and production. So even in development and quality, your manager decides to have multiple client. Okay, so in the development, if you have seen the SAP screen when you log in, first you update client, right? Correct. And then you use your user ID and then password. Correct. That client digit, 3-digit number is fixed in the SAP login pad. So your manager has a control that he can create multiple clients in one development server. Okay, so why does he does this activity? Because he wants to have the control on testing. Okay, see, because take one client he will use just for configuration. Second client he will use to do the technical changes. Third he will use to do the unit testing changes. Okay, so when you're creating multiple clients in one particular server, what happens, to transport a particular request, you have to go in this T code, SCC1. Okay, you have to go in this T code and then you have to directly transport the TR. Okay, so you have to do this activity in all the clients. Okay, when you say it is a dependent TR, but when it is an independent TR, once you create in the particular golden client, it automatically gets created in all the clients. So we are done with this landscape. We'll start with our org structure now. So now we will start with the org structure creation. Okay. So org structure is very, very, very important. Okay. Which is useful for designing of the SAP. Okay. Designing of your FICO module. Okay. Means every module will definitely have their org structure. Like in FICO, what is important? Master data is important. GL master is important. Vendor master is important. Customer master is important. Similarly, in case of material master is important. Even for them, vendor master is important. So all these things are very much important based on each and every module. So every module will have their org structure. FICO will have their org structure. SD, every module will have their org structure. Okay. So how we are going to design our org structure, that we'll see. Like FI org structure. So in FI org structure, your client comes at the top. Okay. So your client is considered as the highest hierarchy in the FI org structure. Okay. After client comes your operating concern. Okay. Now what is a operating concern? So operating concern, basically you can say it is a market segment. Okay. So when I say market segment, I will give you an example. Take the example that you are doing a business. Okay. So when you do a business, what things are important for you? What things you need to take into picture? I mean, which parameters you need to think of when you are thinking of doing a business? You need to think about the legal requirements, correct? Then you need to think also about the cost part, right? Then again, you have to also think that how you will have your balance sheet and P&L, correct? As per the legal requirements, right? So all these things, when you're thinking from a business point of view, that all will get controlled into this operating concern. So for example, like when you are thinking of going for a costing, I mean, when you're thinking of cost and profit.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key capability of the Universal Journal in SAP S/4HANA Finance? Option A, real-time reporting and analytics. Option B, automated intercompany reconciliation. Option C, centralized access to all finance data. Option D, integrated planning, budgeting, and forecasting. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone! I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP S/4HANA Finance 2022, a program designed to empower you with the latest advancements in financial management. In this comprehensive course, we cover the intricacies of SAP S/4HANA Finance 2022, offering a deep dive into its cutting-edge features and functionalities. Whether you're a finance professional looking to stay ahead in your field or an organization aiming to optimize financial processes, our training is tailored for you. At ZaranTech, our industry-leading instructors guide you through real-world scenarios, from advanced analytics to real-time reporting, ensuring you're equipped to navigate the complexities of modern finance. Join us to gain a competitive edge, enhance your financial acumen, and drive strategic decision-making in your organization. Don't miss out on this opportunity to master SAP S/4HANA Finance 2022 with ZaranTech. Visit the link below to learn more and secure your spot in the future of financial excellence. Elevate your finance expertise with ZaranTech today.
You have to create a controlling area in SAP. Okay. So COPA comes over here into picture. Okay. Cost and profitability analysis is the full form of COPA. Okay. So you have to create a controlling area which holds your profit and cost and profit centers. Okay. So after controlling area comes the company code. Company. Okay. Now why to create company? Company is very important as per the country law to be created. Okay. So under company, after company, you have to create the company code. Okay. Why to create the sub company code? Because company code helps you to create separate financial statements. Okay. So like take an example. I'll give you example of say Tata Motors. Okay. Tata Groups will take the example. So Tata Group has Tata Motors also and TCS also. So they will create TCS also and Tata Motors also as a company in India. Okay. So they will follow the Indian law. Whatever is as per the Indian configurations, they will follow that. Okay. And then the mapping which they will do as per the structure, whether they want to have 1:1 or 1:many. So this structure which you can see now, the links which I have showed over here, that I will be explaining you further. Okay. Yeah. So that is the reason. And they will have a separate balance sheet, right? Balance sheet and P&L, correct?
Is the balance sheet determines how many company codes has to be defined?
Yes. You get the balance sheet P&L based on the company code. So. Okay. Yeah. So now after that comes your chart of account. Now what is the use of chart of account? Chart of account provides the framework to your GL accounts. Okay. Basically this controls your GL master. Okay. Is this three topics clear? Okay. Now we will understand the link between these three. Okay. So keep in mind whenever you are going to create a controlling
area. So link between three means the COPA.
Okay. COPA, your company code, and your chart of account. Okay, yeah. So what is the link and what is the criteria that you can set when you are creating the controlling area and the chart of account? So I have given over here. Either you can see whenever you create a controlling area, okay, controlling area is independent and even chart of account is independent. Once you create now, you have to assign this both to the company code. Okay, means once you create the controlling area, you need to assign. There is a configuration where you need to assign your controlling area to the company code. Similarly, chart of account also you have to assign it to the company code. Okay, so there are two options which you can use. Either you can assign in the relationship of 1:1 or you can assign 1:many. So when I say 1:1 and 1:many, what does that mean? 1:1 and here 1:many. Okay, so you can, when I say 1:1, na, so suppose take an example, your controlling area is 1000. Okay, and your company code is also 1000. Okay, so you are linking this over here. Okay, means one, and you have multiple, means you have multiple company codes. Okay, in your business. So you take the example, you have different company 2000 and 2000. Okay, I'll give you the example of Tata Motors itself. This is Tata Motors and this is TCS. Okay, so in this case, what you are doing, you create a controlling area 1000. Similarly, you're creating a controlling area company code 1000 over here. Again, for Tata Motors, you created one more company code. I mean, the digit you created as 2000 and over here controlling area as 2000. Means separate. If you are creating a separate company code, separate controlling area also you are creating. Okay, but in this case, what will happen? It depends on the client. I mean, how they want the design to happen. In this case, what will happen? Your controlling area will be 1000. Here also it will be 1000. And here your company code will be 2000. And here it will be 1000. Okay, clear on this? Means you're keeping the relation over here as 1:many. Business area comes under the segment part. Okay, business area, profit center, and comes under the segment part. So there is a segment reporting in SAP which comes under document splitting. So what happens, when you go for document splitting, automatically if one line is there, it gets split into the business area and profit center. Okay, means you get the details specific to business area and profit center. Means for example, I'll give you example over here. Take the example of an entry posting. Vendor account is and expense. Okay, expense account debit. I'm just giving you example, and here comes your vendor account credit. Okay, so because of this document splitting concept now, where we have three criteria: business area, profit center, and segment, which comes into it. Now tell me, when you create an expense, here you will select a cost center, correct? Yeah, and because of cost center, what happens? Profit center automatically gets updated.
Yeah.
Okay, and through that profit center, even segment gets updated. Okay, and when you create a cost center, under cost center, you are going to assign the business area also. Okay, so business area also is getting updated over here. Okay,
so
but in
business area, you will associate
with the cost center.
With the cost center.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So I'm just giving you example. So, but in this case, this is a normal entry, correct? So tell me, I mean, only for the expense you need this information. For vendor, you don't need the information. Vendor is a balance sheet line item.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just show you balance sheet line item. So for this, you don't need the information. Okay. But since you have you need the balance sheet. Okay. Balance sheet, P&L and balance sheet report you need. P&L and balance sheet. Okay, report you need. You need to have this information. This three information you need to have even in your balance sheet part. Correct?
Yeah, yeah.
So in this to achieve this, document splitting helps you. Automatically your profit center, segment, and business area will get assigned also to your balance sheet line item. Okay, clear on this?
This one is document splitting is clear. But I'm going back again to our hierarchy actually. So we were talking about the client operating concern. So if we take example of Tata Motors, what should I have as an operating concern?
Tata Motors as a, I mean, operating concern means this enterprise structure you will prepare, right, Jayanta?
Yeah.
So enterprise structure, definitely you're going to have all these three: controlling area, company code, okay, and chart of account, okay. So these three you're going to have, okay. And company code, why you're creating? For legal requirement, correct?
Yeah.
This will give you the entire balance sheet for your Tata Motors, okay. It will not bifurcate that whether it is specific to Jaguar or this. What you can do, as I showed you the business areas, right? Business areas. So when you extract the balance sheet, now you have the option that you can select business areas, okay. Business areas will get updated over there in that in your balance. So you can extract that report and then you can just check as per business area what is coming, like that. You don't have to define anything, okay. This all things you have to define: controlling area, company code, chart of account. This all you have to create enterprise structure. So if you go over here, this all is termed as operating concern. Okay. Why we term this as operating concern? Because this is necessary, right? To create in SAP. Yeah, all these three, whatever you see, not only this three, whatever you're going to create, right? Like I will show you this part. This part I will show you basically. So you can see over here, right? When I'm creating this enterprise structure, I'm creating all this into SAP. So this all are termed as the operating concern. Enterprise structure, basically, just it is a terminology, you can say. When you create in SAP, you have the option, when you go in the configuration, it is known as enterprise structure. So you have to go into the enterprise because you're creating a structure for your company code, right? For your company to have in SAP. That is the reason in SAP under terminology, it is updated as enterprise structure, just. Yeah. And this, why we are considering this as an operating concern, this part, because this segments or this, I mean, the creation of this controlling area is important if you want. I mean, see, suppose if you decide I don't want to create the controlling area, then you will not get the profit and loss, right? So it is a mandatory activity that you have to do. Again, if you don't think that, no, I will not create a company code. Company code is also mandatory. If you don't create, then how you will get the balance sheets and P&L? It will not help you. Again, if you say that, no, I don't want to go for chart of account. So obviously this is a base, right? If you don't get the GL accounts, how you will be able to prepare the balance sheet and P&L? Correct? So now you're clear, right? What is the difference? I mean, operating concern, this all are considered as a operating concern, which are important to configure your company code in, configure your company in the SAP system. Okay. So I want to explain you basically this relation, because this is very important. For many of the freshers, they get this as an interview question. Now, see, you are as a consultant, right? So when you are a consultant, you are going to decide the design, correct? So these are the options that you can give to your client. Either you can have controlling area same as your company code, okay? Company code. Or you can have one controlling area assigned to multiple company codes, okay? And this is chart of account. This chart of account also has to be with the same combination, okay? And here also it will be same. Okay. So see, you can have 1:1 relationship, or you can have 1:many relationship. Okay. But there is a prerequisite when you say you want to have 1:many relationship. Okay. In this case. So what is that prerequisite? In the second case I'm talking. The prerequisite is that if you are going to have one controlling area specific to multiple company codes, you also need to have one chart of account specific to multiple company codes. Okay. So this is a prerequisite. So you're clear on this? And after chart of account comes your fiscal year variant. This COPA, 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 the full form of COPA is what? Cost and profitability analysis. Correct? When you say COPA, there is a profitability analysis segment coming in that. correct? So for creating to have the profitability analysis segment, okay, you have to create the operating, as you create a controlling area, right? Similarly, you have to create an operating concern, okay, in SAP, which is specific to your COPA, okay? So, which is specific to your profitability analysis, okay? So, I showed you, this is the enterprise structure. So, I'll just go over here. This is the enterprise structure, correct? So when you create the controlling area, with the controlling area, you also have to go for the configuration of operating concern. So I will show you in the configuration itself so that you will be more clear. We'll go directly in the COPA part. Okay. So see, when you go for this COPA creation, your first step comes as maintain controlling area. Okay. After controlling area, you have to go. Okay. I'll do this activities. Okay. What is mentioned? Okay. Maintain number range. All these things are there. Okay. After maintain number range, you have to activate your operating concern. And what is the job of the operating concern? Now, it helps you to provide the profitability analysis. Okay. And when you create
that is
this
a marginal analysis.
Yes. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
But my only question is COPA, whatever we are talking about here, in the marginal analysis and the one whatever you had mentioned in the previous Excel sheet, is it the same or is it something different?
Yes, yes. I mean, when you create the operating concern, you get two options. Whether you want to create as per account base, or you have to create costing base. Okay. Previously in ECC, we just had the costing base COPA. Okay. But now SAP has given you the flexibility from, I think, till 1909, means SAP version S4HANA 1909, you had two options. You had costing base and account base. And now from 2020, you have three options. You also have a combine. So if you want, you can select combine also. Okay. But normally we suggest client to go for account based COPA. Okay. Why we suggest client to go for account based COPA? Because of the universal table. You know, right? We have a universal table. That is AC DOCA. Okay. So that's the reason. It's the same. Basically, I want to explain you. So this relationship is clear to you. 1:1 and 1:many. One more topic is left, right? So I told you fiscal year variant. Okay. So yeah, what is fiscal year variant? What is the use of it? So fiscal year variant basically is used to define your, see, you need months also, right? I mean, your period is of 12 months, correct?
It is a fiscal year accounting period.
Yes, accounting period. Yeah. So you have to create that fiscal year accounting period. Okay. So for example, suppose in this case, okay, Tata Motors, take this is in India and this is in US. Okay. So this will follow which fiscal year? Of April to March. Okay. And this will follow Jan to December.
Yeah.
Correct. But in this case, you will have to use the concept. If suppose this is your, this company is your, the parent company, you can say, I mean the main company. Okay. Tata Motors, your head office. Okay. So what you can do, you can create, it is also one of the prerequisite that you need to have for both the company codes, you need to have the same fiscal year. Okay. So even for Tata Motors, which is in India, you will have April to March, and even for TCS, you will have April to March. Okay. So
Yes,
I have given here an example. Okay. You can see 1:1 is very clear. One company code, one controlling area, one chart of account, one fiscal year. Okay. There is no, there is no any gap. Okay. It is simple plain relationship 1:1. Okay. When 1:many comes, now what happens? You have this much, when I just updated the countries over here. Consider this as a company code. Okay. You have this much company codes. Okay. Similarly, you will have just one controlling area, right? One controlling area over here and one fiscal year. Correct. But if you see over here, India definitely has a reporting of April to March. Similarly, Japan again has April to March. China has August to September. Australia has July to June. Okay. These are their reporting period. So if you go with this concept, 1:many, how we will be able to do the reporting in SAP? There has to be, right? Reporting part also. Otherwise, how you will
Yeah.
get the balance sheet and P&L? So for that, we have a concept of leading and non-leading ledger. Okay. Which comes under your new GL. Leading and non-leading ledger. So what we are going to do, we are going to create leading ledger will be your US and your non-leading ledger will be this. So you will create non-leading ledger, like you will create one India, you'll create Japan. For China and US, you will create the non-leading ledger. Okay, clear? So when you create a non-leading ledger, you assign a fiscal year also to this fiscal year variant also to this non-leading ledger. Okay, so if you're assigning a fiscal year variant to this non-leading ledger, it will be easy for you to extract the report, right? We are going to check that configuration also. Okay, so yeah, so we have this configuration that you need to do, okay, which will help you to generate the balance sheet and P&L as per your country's requirement. Okay. So, and if you go, I will show you when we have the access. I think I will get that result till tomorrow. So, when you go in that report now, you have the option that you can select this ledger. If you want to select US, you can select US. India, you can select India. Okay, and then you can extract the report. So, this completes your. This was an important part. Now comes your next operating concern. Next is your business area. Okay. Business area, I mean, as you said, right, you gave an example of units, right? So depends on that. Like if you are going for a plant, right? You have separate plants in separate regions. So that way also you can bifurcate. So depending on the design of the client, how he wants to go, you can create the business area. Okay. Plant has a business area, or you can say your units as a business area. Accordingly, you can create this structure in SAP. Okay. Then comes your segment part. Okay, now what is this segment? Segment is known as a line of business. Okay, now what is a line of business and why this is important? Like business area is used for your internal control. Okay, you don't have to use this for any reporting business area when you say. Okay, but segment, when you go now, segment will be used for your external control. Now why I'm saying external control? So take the example, I'll give you the example of India. So when I say segment, that means you are going to create the, I mean, if you're doing different type of business, I mean, if you're a manufacturer, right, you tend to be a trader also, service provider also, then import exporter also. So all this you can create as a segment in your system. Okay. So when you create this as a segment, as per law also, there are some requirement, like I'll give you the example of India. In India, we have GST, right? So as per GST, when you register for GST, you have to register also for, you have to register and you have to show that you are into manufacturing, trading, service, import, export, all these things you have to register under the GST certificate, GST registration. Okay. So when you register for this all things, the government, when you do the GST finalization, I mean, when you file the GST return, government has a norm that when the assessment comes, you have to give the balance sheet and P&L for all these areas. Means as a manufacturer, what is your profit? As a trader, what is your profit? As a service provider, what is your profit? As an import exporter, what is your profit? Okay. So this can be achieved based on the segment. And here comes the role of your document splitting. So after this, comes your profit center. Profit center definitely you have to create, which is used to measure the profits. Okay. And then comes your controlling area, credit control area. Credit control area is what basically? Credit control area is used to manage the credit of the customers. Okay. So you have to create this also in your enterprise structure. Okay. One credit control area. Last is your chart of depreciation. Okay. Chart of accounts. Sorry, chart of depreciation. Okay. You have to create, okay, as per your company code, you have to create the different types of chart of depreciations in SAP. Okay. So this also is we are going to do the asset accounting part also. Okay. In that, I will explain you in detail that what are the new changes in the new asset accounting, because in S4 HANA now we have the new asset accounting. So why this new asset accounting is come into the picture? Again, because of your universal, okay, AC-DOCA table. Previously, we had to do the reconciliation between AA and your GL, okay, means GL. But now you don't need to do the reconciliation because of our ledger concept. So here the configurations are changed now than the previous one. Okay. So this will be understanding in detail when we do the asset accounting. Okay. But this also comes under your enterprise structure. Okay.
Yeah.
Clear. So this covers our org structure. Okay. So you are clear on this part, na? That plant you were talking, na? Just don't get confused. Huh?
Yeah.
Plant will be the part of the enterprise structure, will be part of your okay. But when you create a business area, you can define your whatever is your plant. Suppose in some Mahad or some say Bhivandi, all these areas you have a plant or warehouse. So accordingly, you can create the business areas also. Okay. So this falls under your PP category. Basically, whatever is the creation of BOM, routing, everything your production planning, whoever is a production planning consultant, he is going to create. Okay. We are just going to assign the cost centers, okay, or the under activity type, whatever cost centers or whatever we need, that we are going to do over here. Okay. So we'll first cover the points which we had some doubts, right? First we'll complete that and then we are going to start with our configuration. Okay. First topic is our basic setup, GL to GL. Okay. So we are going to see how to configure it. Once you are done with this, you will be able to do the specific postings related to GL to GL. Okay. So these are the steps. There are totally 25 steps which we have to do so that our S4 HANA basic setup is completed. Okay. First I'll just walk you through this at the moment from the system. Okay. So I was talking about you wanted to know how to check the tables, right? So for example, I'll take one example. Now here just update the table name. For example, I'll update here the table LFB1. Okay. Now this is the vendor master table at company code level. So what you have to do, whatever information you want, just update the information of the company. Example, I will say 1000. Okay. Let's see if it is there. This access will not be provided to the users. Okay. Access will only be with the consultants. I'll take a company code. This you can see GL tab. This I was talking about. Now you can see there are 5 account types. So these are the new ones that is introduced. Primary cost center, secondary cost center. Okay. And this which you see in a cash accounting. Cash accounting also is the newest solution which is in your latest version, that is 2020. Okay. So SAP has given this solution which gives you that you can just use one bank reconciliation account. So that is a solution which SAP has given. Okay. Yeah, you are in ECC, na? So you are using that classic GL. But when you go in S4 HANA, you have to use new GL only. Yeah. So we'll start now the configuration. Okay. So we have prepared the structure, right? Over here.
Yeah.
This is our structure. So at the first level only you decide, right? What should be your company code and how much digit it should be. So all these things are decided when you have a business discussion. Okay. So you decide it and accordingly you have to do the configurations. Okay. So I will just start with it. So see, whenever you go, this is the easy access screens which mostly the end user uses. Okay. So if I go here, SAP user menu, if you click, these are the, you can say you will just get the access to the T codes that you have. Okay. If you go in this, it will be the SAP menu, like as per the modules. Okay. For consultant, they mostly go in this SPRO, IMG. Okay. Here is all the configurations that we are going to do in the backend, you can say. So if you see over here comes the enterprise structure, right? This is what I was saying. That is the reason in that Excel I had written here, I had written as enterprise structure. Okay. So what configuration I'm going to do, that just I have updated over here under enterprise structure. Okay. So we'll start with the first one, definition. Okay. So under definition, if you see there are multiple, right? As I told you, right? Every a module will have their enterprise structure, correct? See, sales and distribution, there is an enterprise structure. If you go in logistic, okay, see, they have the enterprise structure. So just a second. See here, under logistic, they are supposed to define the plant, which you were just asking, right? Last lecture, the question. So if you click on this now, you will also see the T codes. Okay, just I'm giving the example. You have to go in additional information. Okay, display key and then maintain object. Once you go over here, just click on here. Majorly, this last 4 digit which you see now are the T codes. Okay, so either you can use this T code or you can directly click on this. Okay, yeah. So we'll start with our finance. Define company. Okay, so we'll start with this define company. SAP has so many T codes. It's very difficult to keep in mind all the T codes. Okay, yeah. So it's better. I mean, you go through parts. Even if you go like that, OX15. So from front screen, how do I come to it? So nothing. Just say SPRO. SPRO is a T code. Okay, this is your front screen, right? This is your transaction where you update. Say SPRO. Say enter. And click on this IMG. IMG means implementation guide, full form. Okay. So click on that and then I went into this additional information, display key, and then maintain object. Okay. Once you click on this maintain object, now you will be able to see the details over here. So the last 4 digit majorly are considered as a T code. Okay. Clear on this now how I went into the screen? Okay. Go in enterprise structure, definition. Okay, so we'll start this now. Define company. Okay. Now keep in mind, company and company code are two different things. Company we are going to link with the company code. Okay. So we'll just create this new entry.
So what is the difference between company and company code?
So company code, as I said, it is used for the financial to map your financial balance sheet and P&L. Correct? You need a right. And then what is the use of company? So I'll show you. Just BY6. Okay, directly. Wait, I will not use this one. I'll use a different screen. Okay, and in new S4 HANA, you can totally open 16 screens in total. Previously, you were able to open 7 screens only, 6 or 7 screens. Now you can have that. So if I double click on any of the company code, you can see over here there is a company. So you can map it like, take an example. It is like just a grouping you can create. Okay. Like say you have under, like take an example, under TCS you have, or Tata Groups you have, or so Tata Group you will create as a company and you can update over here. So new entry. Okay. Create here. So we will say, this is our test batch starting when we started on 20 last 2 days. So I will say you can take any example, like your company's example also you can take. Just chemical private limited, like that. So this is like, see now this is not allowing me because this is 35 characters. So if you want to check that just say function F1. Okay. I'll show you the table, how to check the table now. Go in technical information. See here you can see this is the table name basically. Well, you can pick up and then you can go in the SE16 in and check what is the information stored. Okay. So whatever information you store, it goes in the table. Suppose I click directly on this I'll double click on this. See, it goes in this SE11 screen. Okay, the same screen. Okay, that way. So go back. Okay, I'll say something street. Okay, postal code. Okay, city I will say Delhi. Okay, country I will say India. Language EN. Currency INR. And just say Control S. Okay. Now once you say Control S, you can see here the TR it is asking for. So this doesn't happen when you go for an end user activity, right? It is directly like they are posting the entries or they are processing. So that is a reason whenever you do a customization, whenever you do some customizing, the request is created. Okay, because you are going to move from one system to another, no? So TR is much needed. Test company. Test 12. Okay. See, you can see here, I told you, there are two types of TRs, customizing and workbench. Now, this is, you need to move from one system to another. That is the reason it is treated as a customizing TR. That is dependent. Okay. If it was workbench, then it would be a independent TR. Okay. So now TR is saved. Okay. If you want to check the TR, there is a different T code that I have mentioned in the Excel also. Go in SE01, say enter. Okay, update your username. You can see here customizing workbench and just say display.
Yeah.
Okay, you will get all the TR details, whatever is stored under you. So even if you go below now, see here, basically whatever you save, as I told you, right, it gets updated in the table. So at the table level, then you can see the further information when you go hierarchy wise. Okay, see, this is what you have created like that. So we have done this. So first is created. Okay, go in the second. This characters is 6 digit, high level. So we'll go in this now. Credit control area also we need to create. So click on this.
So what is the credit control area?
It is used to have the customer credit, right? Calculate the customer credit. So you have to create the credit control area.
So when you mention customer credit, what exactly it means?
Customer credit means, see, obviously you will give the credit to customer, right? You will not just tell him that pay in one glance or something, right? I mean, correct? To measure the credit, so credit management, you are right. Credit management, now I will give you an example when I'm explaining you this. So credit management now is a part of basically FSCM. Okay, supply chain management. Okay, so previously that was part of the ECC, the ECC, FICO, but now they have moved it to supply chain management. Okay, so here you are just creating the credit control area because it comes under your enterprise structure, right? You have to map this also. So okay,
each company should have 1 or 2 or 3. How do you monitor this?
So example, I'll just say new entry. You can have one also credit control area and you can apply to all your company codes, or you can have multiple also, depending.
So for one company, can I have multiple credit control?
For one company, but there should be some purpose, right? Why you're having that?
No, if I want to create multiple credit control area for different categories of customers.
Okay, okay. But that can be managed through one credit control areas also. That is what I'm saying. You don't need to create different each credit control area for different categories of customers. Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, we suggest 1:1. I mean, one company code, one controlling area. That is what. Okay. That is what we suggest. Okay. Or even you can have just one credit control area for all your company codes that way also. Because you know that you can extend the same customer number to your other company codes also. So yeah, that way. Okay. So I'm just starting now. So what was that? TES. So I'll say TE12. Okay. Currency, I will say INR. Okay. So now I'll go in this part, update. From here you will be more clear. Here you can see data for updating SD. So see, when you can see there are how many 4 options are there. So you will use this credit control area for what you will use: open order, okay, delivery, and billing document. 3 of this. Okay. Open order means first is your sales, right? Then your delivery comes and then billing comes as per the flow, order to cash flow. correct? So if you want this, then you can select this. Then what will happen during the credit management when you create for when you select the for business partner, it will calculate based on all these three levels. Okay, means it will check all these three. That is what I'm saying. Okay, if you just want to go with delivery and billing, select this one. Or if you want to go for sales order and billing, then you can select this one. Okay, this you can do when you have the sales module implemented into SAP. Okay.
But
Clear?
what principle should I have to follow to select?
Majorly we select this one, 12.
But
Okay.
why?
Because it has all, right? It checks your open sales order also, delivery also, and it checks your billing also. That way. So on the billing document also, this will be applicable on the delivery also, and on the sales order also.
Okay.
Like that. Understood? So click here, update the fiscal year variant. Fiscal year variant we haven't created. So I'll keep this as blank. Okay. Now here comes your risk category. Risk category we haven't created. As I told you, right? Now you have a S4 HANA, right? So you're doing that in supply chain management. So you can create over there. Okay. Here you can update the credit limit. For example,
So
I'm just
what
updating.
if I give update as blank?
So it will not be applicable. Now see here. No update from SD document. That is what I'm saying. Okay. So we update this. Okay. This when you can do, suppose you don't have SD module only, that time you can do. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So you'll keep this. And if you want, you can keep all company codes. It will get applicable to all your company codes.
Okay.
And then save. So we'll save this. Okay. Again in the TR it is saved.
What
Same
is
TR it will
rep
use.
group? What does that mean?
This
Sorry.
one.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just a second. Credit management representative view for new customers. So basically this is for your new customer which has the risk category, risk limit. So if you are going to create, then only it will come update. So this will again come as a part of your supply chain management. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So here you can just set the limit and you can save, because this is your enterprise structure you have to create. So see, this is like description here you have to maintain after coming back. So I'll say test chemical private limited. Okay, enter and save. You also do this configuration once, so you'll have an idea clear. So now this you have defined. I'll just show you once the supply chain, so you'll be more clear. So if you see here, after enterprise structure, you can see we are doing all the finance. If there is any finance related configuration, go in this. If there is any controlling, go in this, like that. So we have different types of modules configuration over here. Okay. So here we will also have a financial supply chain management. Okay.
Yeah.
So I will go in billing. No, where is that credit management? Credit management, risk management. Okay, here you see a master data is there specific to your business partner. Here you are doing all the configuration specific to your credit management. Okay, this is as per the S4 HANA. I'll just one more screen and I will show you the BP, so you'll be more clear. Okay, on that. So I'll take an example of BP also. Go in SC16N because from the table it will be easy for me. So LFB1 and execute directly. Okay, let's take this one. Go in this. Okay. It is taking so much. Okay. And update the business partner. As I explained you right yesterday. Now we don't treat them as a vendor and customer. We treat them as a business partners only. So say enter. Okay. As I told you right now, you can just create different types of roles. Okay. Specific to your vendors and customers. So the role you have to select and then you can extend against that role. So it will be like one business partner can also have a vendor role and also have a customer role. Okay.
So can I create any number of BP roles?
Yes, you can create. BP role, any numbers of that also we will cover when we do the BP part. Okay. Yeah. So I'll just show you. See, at 3 levels you can create. This also I'll show you. First, I'll select this organization. Organization basically means company, right? Person means for employees you can use, and group means a partnership or individual. That way you can select and create. So I have just clicked on organization so that you will be able to see all the standard roles over here. Okay. So these are all the standard roles you can see.
Okay. Yeah.
See here, you can see supply for finance, supplier finance. So you can select this. And one more role I'll show you. Supplier, and other is customer, right? So see, customer will also be. Where is customer? Customer, it has to be. Okay, see this one, customer role. This I will explain you. I mean, how and how at what level we create the customer when we do that topic. Okay. So this way. So there is also a role which is specific to your credit management. So that role, when you select that role, you will be able to update the credit limit and everything for the customer. Okay. Here there is an option. You can see the role name also, role description, the coding also. So let me see how to do that. There is some settings that we have to do. Okay. So I will explain you that setting later, because so I'll explain you that when we do that BP configurations. When we do that time, I'll show you. Okay. So where were we? We were over here. Credit we are done, right? I just wanted to show you here the master data is there that we can create. Okay. Yeah. So we'll start now. Otherwise, we will be, missing the topics. Means there are 25 steps. That's the reason I'm saying. Okay. Okay. Now we will create the company code. Okay. Now just click on this. Always keep in mind whenever you create a company code. Okay. Do you have here the option to create? No.
For me?
No, I'm just telling you, you don't have here the option to create, right?
No.
Because SAP doesn't provide you the option to create. SAP always tells you you should copy and create. Okay. Now, why SAP recommends you should copy and create? Because SAP already has created all the standard templates as per every country. Okay. So when SAP has created a standard template, SAP, like I'll show you in the table itself. Okay. T001. T001 is a company code table. Okay. I'll execute just. Remove this 500 and execute. Okay. So I'll just go down. You can see for every country, there will be a specific template. You can see here. What has happened? Every country you can see, right? See Thailand, Taiwan. Yeah. So every country SAP has created a template specific. So SAP covers majorly what are the legal requirement also based on this template. Okay. So I will use for India IN01, which SAP has used. So IN01. Okay. And to update the code which you are using for your company. So I'll say TE2L and say OK. We are creating new company code and we are going to do postings in this company. Yeah. Do you want to copy the GL account company code data? Say no over here. Okay. Let me see. I think we have to say yes over here. No. GL account company code data. I say no. Okay. Company code INR and control are assigned to this. Extract both are copied. Do you want to copy to this? Okay, I will say. No. You have to say yes. Yeah, I will tell you what are those messages. First, let me update here. IN01. Okay. So, and TE12. I'll say okay. Okay, now first information, if you see GL, copy only GL accounts if you want to allocate the same chart of account target company code as the source company code. Now, why it is not allowing you now? Why it is not allowing you? It is throwing you back because as you know that links, right, which I told you first, 1:1 and 1:many, correct? So this is related to what? Chart of account, correct? Chart of account, that 3 options which I showed you in the Excel, right? They are linked together, right? Either 1:1 or 1:many, correct? So if you say no, it doesn't allows you to set up your company only, because that relationship has to be, means that 3 steps are mandatory steps, you can say. Either put it as 1:1 or put it as 1:many, but you need to have that relationship. Company is always linked to your controlling area, correct? And chart of account is also linked to your controlling area, correct? This is what you're doing. This is just the first step, right? Where you're creating your company code, correct? So company code, when you're creating and you're copying from the standard, right? So the relationship which is maintained in standard, that is 1:1. Okay. So that is the reason whatever is in the standard, you will first say as 1:1. Later, you have the option that when you create a controlling area, you will see that further. You can change that. Means you can keep the option as 1:many, like that. So here also the same thing. See, first your chart of account came, then your controlling area is coming. So here again, you have to say yes, so that the relationship is copied. Okay. Now this, if you want, you can say no. Now here it is just about the currency. Local currency is INR. Do you, if you allocate a different local currency to the target company, JL account currency INR will also change. Do you want to have a different local currency? I'll say no, right? Because my currency is INR itself. So I'll say no.
But I can set up multiple currencies in the GL. Is that right?
Yes. I mean, here you can say, no, this is for your company code.
Okay.
So company code currency will be 1, right? That is the thing. Okay. So here you'll just get the option certain data is not copied. That is just an information. Ignore it. Okay. This is related to your transport number range. Okay. See, number range is important, right? See, whenever you post a document, you get a number, right, to that document. So that information is getting over. Do you want to transport? Do you really want to transport the number range? Just say no over here. Okay. Now you're transport the number range means what? Number range of this INR 01 will get copied to my company code. Okay. Now your company code is getting created. I'm using the same tier. Normally, when you go in the actual companies, they create multiple tiers. So, because they want to maintain all the things, right? Otherwise, if they keep in same
tier. These are
tier,
all configuration, isn't it? Because usually we will not, the end user will not get involved into any of these things. Is that right?
Yes, he will not get involved into any of this. Correct. Yeah. So you don't want to know all this? I mean, how the configuration is done?
No, I need to know, but I am just trying to understand.
End user will not get involved into
I
this.
am not an end user.
Okay, you're not an end user, right? Okay. So you must be doing all this, right, or not?
That is why I'm asking you all the tables to ECC to S/4HANA, all these things I'm doing. Yeah.
Okay. So you're doing this implementation at the moment?
The implementation S/4HANA migration will start sometime next year onwards, actually. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Now, if you see over here, I'm getting an option, right? What I did, I'll say no.
It is locked data, so that means it is locked.
Yeah, so I want to remove this lock now. Okay, I'll just copy the user. And I'll go in the SAP screen. Go in the T code SM12. Say enter. And just update over here the username. Okay, because of which you're getting the lock. And just say search. Okay, these are the gaps. Just select this. Should have an option to select all. Getting. Here. Okay. And then just click on delete. Okay. The lock has been deleted. Now go again in this screen. Say no. And just click on this edit. See, now I'm able to go into the screen, right? So go in, if you, anytime you get lock in the while practicing or something, just go in SM12 and delete the lock. Okay. Click on edit. Now I'll change this description and everything now. I'll say over here, TE12 Chemical Private Limited. delete, and I will say save.
You are doing this because you try to copy it from a old one, from the template.
Yes. That is the reason I'm doing this. Okay. So this information, if you see over here, there is a tab which is related to address. Okay. So here you will store the address information. Okay. Entire company address.
So when I talk about a company address, is it a head office you will put, or the branch office, or how does it work out?
So here your main office will come. Okay. So I mean the head office you can say. Okay. So depending, like see, it depends, right? And branch, when you say for branch, you will like in you will have different places, right? Correct. So you can create business place, and under that business place, you can just assign your address related to branch. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So TE12. Okay, I'll see over here something. Country IN. See, here already the codes are maintained. Save it. Okay. Save it. Okay, this is done. So we have created the company code. After that, we'll also create the business areas. Okay, so we'll create some business areas over here. T12 1. Okay, I'll say.
Do you know what is the key principle that we had to use while creating business area?
What was the
key principles that I had to follow? Should I have to highlight that P&L has to be generated by, I had to create X number of business areas based on the P&L that I had to create? Is that a fair statement?
Yes. Like you wanted like as per this, right? Unit you wanted to create, right?
Yeah.
Like which you gave some examples, right? I forgot. What was that example? Yesterday you gave some. Like we can tell over here. See, I gave you the example of chemicals.
Tata Motors. We have a land Jaguar and Land Rover. They have a separate. They acquired recently the company. So Land Rover and Jaguar will be totally a different business unit.
Yes.
Whereas this one will be different. But if you take an example of Unilever, Unilever, I have all the different products are there. How do you configure it? So do you think that many? I have cornflakes, I have soap, I have dishwashing liquid. So many business areas do we configure it?
No, it will be considered as a profit center, right? In that case. And the plant, I think they should consider wherever it is getting manufactured, that they should consider, or the warehouse.
How do you differentiate here between a profit center and a business area? When should I create any number of profit center? When should I create any number of?
See, if you have multiple products, right? These are basically the products based on which you are going to get the profits, right?
Yeah.
Whatever you give. So that are the products, but it will be stored somewhere, right? Like it will be under a what you say, under some plant they will manufacture it, correct? Or under warehouse they will store it, correct? So it would be better that you consider your plant as a business area rather than going for profit center, because see, profit center wise anyways you're going to get the balance sheet and P&L, correct? Due to the segment reporting, right? Which I explained you. And you will get also at the plant level. I mean, at the plant level also you will get because of that. So I would suggest go for the profit centers. Consider that as a, because you have multiple. If you have limited, then that is okay. But if you have multiple, then I would suggest go for profit centers only.
Okay.
Means do the combination at plant level rather than going for this. Okay. This way also you can do. I mean, you can skip that, and then you will have such combination. Like you will have definitely you will have to create a profit center also, right? You agree with that? And you will have to create a business area also, like that, as per your. So you will have to skip the plant, and instead of plant, you will have to use the business area. I mean, your units as a land rover and whatever you said. Okay. So if you go in the material tab now, you will now get the materials over here. So in the materials, you will see that there are different types of topics. Okay, we have already covered the difference between ECC and S4 HANA. Just show you. Okay, it is just showing that SAP ECC introduction and then SAP S4 HANA. Means it will tell you that when it was introduced, when SAP came into picture, all these things are explained. Okay, so see, if you see this, we had discussed, right? Account based COPA. So you can just go through this. Okay, we have already discussed this topic. See, material ledger from 18 to it has moved to 40 characters. Okay, so whatever we have discussed in the lecture now is covered in this PPT, in this PD. Okay, so I will explain you the Excel. Through Excel, we will just whatever we have done now, that we will. I'll just explain you so that tomorrow we will just do the configuration once. Okay, so let me just open.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. The SAP Fiori user experience in SAP S for HANA Finance enables which of the following? Option A, mobile access to finance apps. Option B, voice command of finance transactions. Option C, machine learning for intelligent approvals. Option D, virtual reality display of financial data. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP S for HANA Finance 2022, a program designed to empower you with the latest advancements in financial management. In this comprehensive course, we cover the intricacies of SAP S for HANA Finance 2022, offering a deep dive into its cutting-edge features and functionalities. Whether you're a finance professional looking to stay ahead in your field or an organization aiming to optimize financial processes, our training is tailored for you. At ZaranTech, our industry-leading instructors guide you through real-world scenarios, from advanced analytics to real-time reporting, ensuring you're equipped to navigate the complexities of modern finance. Join us to gain a competitive edge, enhance your financial acumen, and drive strategic decision-making in your organization. Don't miss out on this opportunity to master SAP S for HANA Finance 2022 with ZaranTech. Visit the link below to learn more and secure your spot in the future of financial excellence. Elevate your finance expertise with ZaranTech today. So if you check this, we have completed till your business area config. Okay, after business area comes the functional area. Okay, now functional area creation is not like mandatory. If you want, you can create it. Okay, so but this becomes helpful when you go for the cost center category. Okay, so there is one more configuration in SAP which is related to cost center category. To the cost center category, you assign this functional area. What is a functional area? That we'll understand basically. So functional area represents, typically you can say, the areas where you're actually doing the business, like you can say your sales, production, your HR, your research and development. All this you can consider as a functional area. It is same like how we created for business areas, right? Same you have to create under the enterprise structure. Okay, credit control area, you already know, we have created yesterday. Okay, here even I have given the explanation just for you to understand about the credit control area, functional area. Business area also we have created yesterday. Okay, after that comes the segment. Okay, so segment, as I said yesterday, it is considered as your line of business. Okay, so a line of business means what? That as I explained you when we were doing the org structure, that line of business means whether you are a manufacturer, trader, service provider, that you can identify in the segment. Okay, so after this comes your define field status variant. Now we will understand first what is a field status variant. Okay,
So field status variant means what? You must have seen the SAP screen, right? Take the example of FB60. Okay. So FB60, when you post the entry, okay, when you open the screen, there are two types of information, correct? One is the header information that you need to input, and other is the line item information, correct? Okay, so line item information means what? Which GL should be debited, which GL should be credited, correct? Either credit or debit. And header means what? Vendor or customer master data. It's customer master information, okay? See, because when you post the entry in FB60, your vendor will get credited and your expense will get debited, correct? So in GL account, in GL line item, if you have seen, there are different types of fields, right? Like you will have seen there is an amount field, correct? There is a cost center field. There is a profit center field, right? Now suppose you just want to keep your profit center field as mandatory. Okay, means whenever you post any entry through vendor, okay, through FB60, your cost center should be updated. Okay, it should not be optional. I mean that field, okay, the field where you input your cost center should not be optional. So whenever you post the entry, it will not allow you to go ahead till you don't update the cost center. Okay, so that control of keeping any field mandatory, optional, or to hide, okay, is done with the help of field status. So this all things are covered under the header information of vendor. Okay, after header information comes your GL line item information. So under GL line item information, you select the GL account, you select the amount, whatever it is, and then by default it selects as debit. Okay, and then you can select cost center, profit center. You can update the text or anything. So you can update the text also. Okay, so all this information you can update in the GL line item field. Okay, so there are multiple fields, okay, when you go in FB60 or any of the transaction, FB50 is related to a GL to GL posting. So these fields, to keep which fields mandatory and which field optional, that you can do with the help of field status variant. Okay, field status variant. Okay, so
field status variant is pretty much mostly to identify whether there is whether an attribute is a mandatory or not.
Yes. Means whether a attribute or whether a field you want to keep mandatory or optional, like that. Okay. Depends on the client, right?
What you're telling is not the field status group of GL account.
No, field status group of GL account, that also I will explain you. It is basically that only. Okay. When you create a field status variant, it will just not have the cost center. It will have multiple criterias. Okay. So when you create a particular GL account in FS00, you have an option that you have to select the field status. Okay. Field status group. What you are saying, right? That field status group. Okay. Under the control tab, you need to select this option. Okay. And when you select, like I am giving you example, suppose K00 is your field status variant, that your field status group that you have selected against the GL account, say rent expenses. Okay.
You're talking about FB60. Is that right? Or
yes. I just gave you the example. What is the purpose of field status variant? That you are clear? Correct? Now, when you post this entry, take the example. I gave you the example. We'll take the same example. This will get debited, expense will get debited, vendor will get credited. Correct?
Yeah.
And whenever you post an entry, there are two types of information. One is header and one is transaction. Correct? This is transaction information. This is header information. So this transaction information are controlled in SAP through the posting key. Okay. Posting key. So there are different types of posting key. Okay. Like for debit, the posting key is 40. For credit, the posting key is 50. Okay, so this is one line item where you are updating all the information. Okay, and in this line item, which field should be mandatory or which field should be optional, na, that you can control based on the field status variant. And how it gets controlled, because when you select a particular GL account, right, you're going to select a GL account, correct, in the second line, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you select the GL account, under this GL account there is a field status variant, field status group assign.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, field status group. So what is the use of that field status group? Now in that field status group, when you create, here you keep the particular field as optional or mandatory. Okay, like take the example, you have a field status group as KA00. Okay, in this field status group there will be different type of tabs, like there will be bank information, or there will be accounting information, accounting info. I'm just giving you example, bank info, tax info, tax. So under tax there will be different types of field, like withholding tax. Okay, withholding tax amount, like that. Okay, then under accounting, or there will be cost center, like that, additional cost center, profit center. So which fields you want to keep as optional, mandatory, that you can select. So there will be a suppress, mandatory, okay, and required field. You just have to tick over here whichever fields you want to keep as mandatory, optional. Then accordingly, when you post a particular entry in SAP, it will not allow you, suppose cost center field is kept as mandatory. Okay, so it will not allow you to post the entry till you don't update the cost center. Clear now what is the use of this field status?
Yeah, I was just thinking, because in my company, they when we were looking into the cleansing of data, it has been highlighted that field status group is one of the critical attribute that we need to look at. Why should we look into, if it is just a attribute to highlight whether it is required, optional, or mandatory, why should we take that as a
I will tell you why they are telling. Now in this case, tell me, okay, cost center, okay, when we will create field status, this cost center will be by default as mandatory. So SAP has already kept this field as mandatory, okay, because just take an example, when you're posting a vendor entry, cost center is mandatory, right? Cost center has to be whenever you're posting a expense line item. Correct. So till the time you don't select the cost center, suppose if you keep this field as optional, okay, take the example, like there is a requirement from the client, they're telling we'll keep this field as optional. So whenever you post the entry, there is a chance that the end user can miss this. Sometimes he will forget to update the cost center, correct, and will post the entry like that only. So what will happen if he forgets to post the cost center? In that case, your reporting will not be proper, right, in COPA?
Okay.
Understood? Your reporting will not be proper, right? And to get the proper reports and everything, you need this, right?
You can't do a cleansing until the S4HANA design is complete. Is that right?
Yeah, cleansing, yes.
Because I need to really understand whether an attribute is mandatory or not. Once it is understood, then I should be able to cleanse accordingly, because based on that, we will be able to understand whether what are the attributes is mandatory, etc.
Correct. I mean, you can just raise them, like I gave you an example over here, right, of cost center. Which field should we keep as mandatory? Okay, as per you. So they can suggest you this fields you can keep as mandatory. When you do the data cleansing and you are uploading, now you will not have any issue. Understood what?
But how do I do a data cleansing of GL account if let us assume in the field status, currently in ECC I am using 4 attributes as mandatory, whereas in the S4HANA, I would like to keep 6 attributes.
S4HANA, you have to keep 6 attributes as mandatory. Okay.
Yeah. So if that is the case, the remaining 2 attributes, I need to ensure that the right values are populated. Otherwise, I need to, while migrating it, I need to have a right value.
Correct. I mean, they will provide you the details, like whatever fields you give them, na? Or I mean, whatever fields they will give you, na? You need to tell them, but tell us also, like, see, I will give you an example.
No, I am playing that role only.
Okay.
That is what I'm
You are playing that role. Okay.
Yeah, I had to discuss with the business. In case if the global design highlights that, yes, there are 6 attributes, then I had to discuss with the business, identify what is the value we had to give and do the cleansing.
Okay. So they can just update you that for GL, we should keep this as mandatory, like that. X or any option they will give you, like that. Okay. So yeah, you can, means whenever you're having a discussion, you can have this discussion accordingly. Yeah. Okay. So you're clear with the field status, right? What is the use of field status and how it controls your particular field in SAP?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we
and
are
it
done.
Is the same as field status group. Is that right?
Yes. When I say variant, now it is just like you're creating a field status group, and that field status group you're assigning to your GL, because the control is through GL account, right? That is the thing. Okay. Yeah. So I will give you one more example. As I told you, right, the control is through the GL master of field status. So one more thing I want to update you. Now this field status, your control, whether any field you need to keep as optional, mandatory, are controlled at 3 levels. Okay. So when I say 3 level, what are that 3 level? One is your GL account. Okay. Second is your posting key. Okay. And third is your accounts group. These are the 3 criteria based on which your particular field becomes mandatory or optional. Okay. So you need to make sure that if in the field status under GL account, you have kept your cost center as mandatory. Okay. Here it is mandatory.
Yeah.
Okay. You need to make sure that at this level, okay, at posting key and accounts key also, either it is optional or mandatory. Okay. It cannot be like, suppose if you have here you have kept as hide, means suppressed in this case. Okay. So what will happen, when you post the entry, it will throw an error. Understood? Because at both the levels you have kept as suppressed and here you have kept as mandatory. So it will not work. Okay. Either you have to keep optional or you can keep as mandatory. Okay. Understood? So posting key, basically posting key is what that I will explain you now. Like GL account is like a 8-digit or maximum you can create 10-digit number. Okay, for GL account.
So GL account, if you want, it is a master data. Is that right?
Yes. Correct.
And if I'm looking into that master data, what is a transaction code that we had to use?
FS00.
FS00.
Yes. FS00. Yes. Okay. When I will explain you the chart of account, now that time you will be more clear on GL account. Okay. So basically, I when we were doing the org structure, right, I explained what is the use of chart of account. It gives framework to your GL account. Okay. Yeah. So all the GL accounts are managed through your chart of account. Okay. Are created at 2 levels. That I'll explain when we do the chart of account. Okay. So this is clear, right, to you? Accounts group, you're clear, right? I'll explain you the account group. Posting key means what is the use of posting key, basically, that I'll explain. So posting key basically.
Sorry.
Yeah.
One thing. You mentioned account group.
Yes.
The account group is the one which talks about basically the whether it belongs to what you explained is basically whether it is optional or mandatory, etc., isn't it? Or
yes, field status. I am explaining you about that in a particular entry, field status. Like I gave you this one, cost center example, right? So the control that I'm telling, like suppose in this case, I told you, right, it is control at these 3 levels. Okay. But if you keep only at the GL account level, that is the field status group, you keep it as mandatory. But at this 2 level, you keep it as optional. You keep it as suppressed. Then it will not allow you to post the entry only. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Understood?
Okay.
Yeah. So this you're clear, right? Exactly. So we'll go ahead. Posting key, I wanted to explain you basically what is posting key. Okay. So posting key is an indicator which defines whether your entry is debit or credit. So you come to know if a particular from a particular key, like I told you, 40 is for debit, 50 is for credit. So the system automatically understand that this entry should be debited and this entry should be credited if you select. So it will go in plus, and if you select 50, it will go in minus, like that. Okay. Clear on this? I mean, there are multiple posting keys. This is just a one example that I have given. So SAP has created as for vendor credit, SAP has a posting key. So there are different types of posting key which controls whether your particular line item should be debited or credited. GL. Okay. Clear? Credited. Okay. Now after this comes your next topic, that is accounts group. Okay. Accounts group is what? There was a type, right? Over here, GL account type, and below GL account type, there was a accounts group. Okay. Accounts group is what? Basically, suppose there is a range of GL accounts, correct? You just can't use like all the range. Like suppose you have selected your GL account range should be from 1, 2, 3, 4 digit. Okay. 4 digit, 1999. Okay. So you just can't use this range for all your balance sheet, right? Balance sheet GL. You can't do this, right? What you will have to do? You'll have to give a particular range. Like for this range will be utilized only for fixed asset. Okay. So you can create your own range under this accounts group. This range will be utilized for, say, fixed asset. Then you can say expense. Okay. This range will be utilized for income, like that. So you can create multiple types of range. Okay. But you should make sure that you whatever range you create, it has to be as per your GL account. Means if you have kept the GL account range as 4 digit, then you have to select 4. Okay. If you have kept as more than 4 digit, then you have to select accordingly. Okay. Is it clear?
Yeah.
So we are done with the field status variant. Okay. See, everything you have to assign to the company code. That also we will be seeing. Okay. After that comes your fiscal year variant. Okay. Now this fiscal year variant is a huge topic actually. So I will cover this, when we have the system, you'll be more clear on that. So I was talking about one thing I wanted to show you, BPT code, right? When you go in BP and when you create this, right? See, previously we were not able to see the number, right? I mean, the digits we were not able to see, only the description we were able to see, right? So I made the changes in the settings and now we are able to see the description also. So from the description.
How did you do it? Did you do it in the field status group or?
No. I did in the normal settings, which even you as a, as an end user also, you can do that settings. So I'll show you what I did. See, from this, it becomes very clear. Okay. This is related to FI customer. This is the customer. Okay.
Yeah.
So roles. Okay. So I'll just show you what I have done. Okay. Here, if you go back, okay, here from here also you can go, not an issue. This screen will be available in your easy access screen also. So go in the option settings. Under option settings now, when you go in this visualization, Here under interaction design, there is a visualization one. Under that, you just need to tick this show key with drop down list, show key. So what happens? You get the code also and you get the description also. Okay. Clear on this? So you can just do this setting and keep. So what is the use of this setting now? Even if you go in FS00 now. Okay, okay. So now if you see over here, right, even in this case also you are getting the digits also and you're getting the description also. Okay. Yeah. So this is one thing. Okay. So we'll start from where we had stopped. Go in SPRO, IMG. Okay. Enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting. Okay. We completed till company code creation, business area also we created. Check once. T2 TE 2 1 no thing T2 C. Yeah, we have created this C. Yeah. 4 business areas. Okay, we'll keep it as it is. Go in the functional area. We'll also create the functional area. New entry. Okay, we'll say HR and administration. Accounts and finance. Okay, this can be like I have just created like that. Now this can be like that also you can create, but that business area is just 4-digit code. So you can create this as multiple as per your codes you want. Logistic, sales and distribution, sales and marketing. I'm creating the functional area. Business area we have already created. So I'm just creating the functional area. It is also a part of enterprise structure. Now, if you see, these are all the part of enterprise structure. Okay. Then after this comes.
Can you tell me difference between a business area and functional area? Business area is
functional area identifies your departments. Okay.
And a business area?
Business area means you can consider it as a unit, whichever you want to consider. Like you can consider plant as your business area.
Okay.
Okay, where you want to have a separate balance sheet P&L. As per that, you can consider your business unit. Okay. As you gave the example, right? Tata Motors, right? Same.
Okay.
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 Yeah. So then if you go down, there is a define segment. So I'll just click on this and we'll create the segment also.
What exactly do we mean by segment?
Segment is a line of business. So if you are a manufacturer, you can update your manufacturing. Functional areas use is in the cost center category. Okay, not here. So in the cost center category, you can assign that functional area. Okay. So business segment is useful in your reporting. I mean, when you do the document splitting, at that time this segment will be useful. You get the balance sheet as per your segment reporting.
Okay.
Balance sheet P&L. Okay. So I'll show you that segment functional area configuration also once, so that you will be clear. So I'll say a trading service provider. Then I will say over here as import export. And one I will keep as corporate. Corporate means wherever my head office related expenses will be there, I will map that to the corporate. Okay, other than manufacturing, trading, like that, and save it. Okay, I'm using the same tier. So segment, I gave you example, right? That segment is also used in the external reporting. I mean, many of the tax reports which we file, right? Like GST return, there they expect us to provide the balance sheet as per your GST registration. So when you register.
Do you have an example of that so that I can? Do you have an example? How does segment is used so that I can visualize that? I am not able to visualize that.
Okay. Let me now give you an entry example. Okay. Let us see some entry. I will just pull it from the backend. Okay, I'll take this document. I'll go in FB03, update this document, update the 1710 and 2023 and say enter. Okay, I'll just change the layout over here. Just a minute. Here, sorry. The business area. Just go down. Profit. No hit. Why? Enter. Segment we have. We'll take this segment. Wait, I'll have to take an example. Wait, I'll just split this now. Okay, now in this case, if you see over here, right, see here, the segment has got updated over here, correct? In the in both the line items, it is got updated, correct? This is your vendor line item and this is your expense, correct? At the means in the vendor line item, if you go see, you can see over here there is a general ledger view. Okay, I'll just click on this general ledger view. This general ledger view basically is for document splitting. Okay, now in this case, I don't think we have a profit center over here. Okay, so the profit center is not getting updated in this line. Okay, this basically this GL account now, it is not, I think this is not an expense, it is a balance sheet GL account. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it is a balance sheet GL account. See. Okay. So we selected the cost center. No, we didn't selected cost center. Cost center is not selected. Only the profit center and the profit center. Cost center is not updated. That is the reason you are not getting the cost center over here. Okay. So what happens, when you click on that general ledger view, your document you can see in document splitting view. Okay. So wherever at this both the line, your segment is getting updated, correct? Hello, Jayanta, are you with me? Hello.
Yeah. I am.
So because the segment is getting updated, consider this segment will be a manufacturing. Okay, manufacturing. So what you will be able to do when you extract the balance sheet report, now you can extract it, or you can extract the line item report based on the segment also. So you can get the balance sheet based on this segment reporting. Okay. So you're clear now?
Okay, you are not able to extract through the functional area at all.
No, functional area is, that is what I said. Now, functional area is not used for this purpose. Now, this functional area which we have created, this can be mapped to the cost center category. So when you go in the CO configuration, see here, I will show you. So this is the controlling area configuration. Okay, I'll go in general ledger. So not general ledger. I'll go in the cost center accounting. Okay, in that I will go in master data, cost center. Okay. And here you can see there is a defined cost center category. Okay, this cost center category gets assigned when you create a cost center in SAP. Okay.
Okay.
So if I click on this, now basically category means what? Category means your functions only, correct? Like marketing, production, logistic. So in here you can assign the functional area. You can see over here.
Yeah.
So like that the mapping is done. Now you're clear? Are you clear now, Jayanta?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Don't
Sorry,
say me,
taken
ma'am.
some time to unmute.
Yeah. No issue. Not an issue. You can call me Neelam only. It's okay. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we are done with this creation segment also. Okay, business area we have created, segment and profit center is also there, right, over here. Okay, so profit center is also considered as your under your enterprise structure. Okay, you can create over here. We will not create now. Okay, why will not create? Because our controlling area setup is not there yet. So after we do the controlling area configuration, we'll do that. Now this is your enterprise structure for finance. Okay, if you go in controlling, see only two are there. Opana. One is to create the controlling area, other is to create the operating.
Why is the operating concern is coming here?
Because it is also considered under your enterprise structure.
But operating concern is basically a logical one combination of a business area, functional area, cost center, and profit center.
Yes, but even for that you need to create a operating concern. Because your profitability analysis get derived based on this operating concern.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Don't go in that terms, which we this operating area and that operating area is different. You are considering, I think, that way. Under operating area, your controlling area comes, right? That way you're considering.
No. I am talking about in your Excel sheet. You had explained the operating concern.
I had this all are considered as a operating concern, but this operating concern is a part of your controlling area configuration. Okay.
Okay.
Configuration. Don't mix that both the things. That is what I am saying. That operating concern means what? To operate your business, which kind of activities you need. So to operate your business, you need to create a controlling area. You need to create a company code. You need to create a chart of account. You need to create a business area. That is known as operating concern. Okay. This is required as a part of COPA. In COPA, this configuration is needed. Okay. To create the operating concern if you want to have the profitability analysis. Okay. Yeah, so we are done with this. Now we will do this later on when we start the controlling. First we'll do the basic setups of finance.
Okay.
Yeah, so after segment creation comes your define field status variant. Okay, so now we are done with the enterprise structure. One more thing I want to explain you in this topic. There is also, if you go down, there is maintain FM area, right? Okay, if you want, you can maintain your FM areas also. This is used for your management accounting.
Okay.
Okay. See, FM area. So this also you can create normally and you can assign when you do the company code configuration. Nothing, it is just create like a code. Like for example, I'll show you. Okay, we'll take same TE12. Okay, but if you're using that, then only it's okay that you can create a TE means cash flow and all that things. If you're going to use, then create it. Chemical private limited. Okay, and here you can say INRs and save. We are done with the enterprise structure. Now we'll close this topic. Now we are going to go into finance, specific to the financial configuration. Okay, so I'll click on this financial accounting. Okay, I'll keep this on also so that the T codes also you will be able to see. And go in this financial accounting global setting, the first one. Okay, under this go in ledger. Okay, under ledger select field. Okay, and that select define field status variant. Here you can see select this define field status variant. Okay, I'll just broader this. Okay, this is the T code, OBC4, last 4 digit. I just explained you, right, what is the field status variant, correct? Now we are creating it specifically. Yeah, because this also we need, right? Think from our entry point of view, correct? Field status variant is important, no? suppose client has a requirement, he wants some fields to keep as mandatory, or he needs to add something, you need to have this. Okay, so this is a basic setup which you need to have. Okay, any configuration you go, like any industry you go, these are the basic setups that you need to have in your SAP. So now in this case, now what we'll do, we'll copy and create. Okay, now why I'm telling you should always copy and create. Suppose if I directly click on create, okay, I'll just show you this example first. Okay, I'll select this and I'll go in the group. See, there are so many groups, right? Like if you see over here, reconciliation account, cost account, then material account, clearing account, correct? So many. If you click on create now, you will have to also create these groups, right? SAP has already created with this example, right? Some groups. See, cost center. So it will be easy for you to update the options over here, whether you want to hide, require, or keep as mandatory. Okay. So in this case, always try to copy and create. Or you can use the created ones also. It is not mandatory that you need to copy and create only. Like you can use this also. If I go in variant, any one of the one which is created, that also you can assign. So I will just try to create first. So select this and say copy. Okay, here I will keep the digit same as my company code.
But is this field any importance while doing the S4HANA migration?
S4HANA migration. Okay.
Yeah, from
migration
ECC.
from ECC to S4HANA.
Yeah.
Migration from ECC to S4HANA. If data pushing is there, that time you just need to check. I mean, the creation option will already be there. So that time you don't need to, have this, like only while data migration is there. Now, as you said, you need to check the fields and all. That time you can just have that check point, which is mandatory.
Do you think anything else to be added as a part of S4HANA one, or it is already pre-configured in ECC? We can.
So I will show you one example. I'll show you in this how the migration happened. Let us first complete this.
Yeah.
So I'll just say copy all or only copy entry. Any one of the option you can select. When you say copy all, the group also gets copy. If you say only copy entry, only this line will get copied. Okay.
Okay.
So I will say copy all, because I want all the fields to be added, right? 44 entries are copied. Say enter and say save. This you're talking about migration from ECC to S4HANA, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So see, all the fields I've got copied, right? I'll just keep field group I've got copied. I'll click on this. Okay. This is related to which, if you see the category, general. Okay. So I'll click on this, and what I will do, I'll keep this field as mandatory text field. Okay. Just to show you when we post the entry, what is the effect. See, if I go in cost center now, see here they have kept as optional. Here you can keep it as mandatory. Okay. As per your requirement if you want. Okay. So this is done. This is saved. Okay. Now you were talking about the migration, right? So the migration which you are talking now from ECC to S4HANA, it is treated as a completely new project. Means it will not be treated as an implementation project. It will be treated as a migration project. So if you go here, you can see there is an option conversion of accounting to S4HANA in this SPRO. Okay, I'll just click on this and I'll go in this one, preparation of migration. So you can see as per this general ledger, accounting, asset, there are some steps, right? Preparation of migration. You can see this. So these all steps you have to execute. So what happens now? It gets whatever is is as per your ECC. It will get adopted, like the fiscal year variant and all these things. So you're clear. These steps they will do when they go for a migration. First of all.
Yeah.
Okay. After doing all these steps, like see, it is not just like if you see over here, so many steps are there, right? They have to check each and everything. Okay, not just whatever we are doing, right? Whatever basics we are doing now, some basic steps are already covered in this. Like you can see define ledger to CO versions. All these steps are covered. If you go in controlling area now, I'll show you. The thing which we had discussed, right, that 3 links, company code, chart of account and controlling area, they are changing the structure. So if you go in this maintain controlling area, this we are going to see, I'm just showing you. Okay. See, even when you go in controlling area, sorry, I'll just go in this maintain controlling area, center. Now I'll just select this for example. Here you can see there is an option. Controlling area same as company code, cross company code. So they will use this option, second option. You're seeing? You can see here, right? Second option. So this is called that 1:many option. So in this case, what will happen, their controlling area is 1, correct? So their hierarchy will also be 1, right? So the profit center, they will just extend to the company code. Okay. They are going to use the same profit center. They are going to use the same cost and sort center. They will just extend it like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it now from here?
Yeah.
Yes. So we'll go back now. So why they are taking so much time then? I mean, there will be a timeline, I guess, where what is the decided timeline. Okay. So field status we have created. Here is the field status, general ledger accounting field. Now, after creating field status, go in the second option, assign company code to the field status variant. Okay. I'll select this. Select your company code. Okay. And see over here, the standard is getting assigned, the 001. Why this 001 got assigned? Because we copied, right, from some standard company code, if you remember. We copied when we created this company code, we copied from an Indian company code, correct? Which SAP had given, sample company code. Yeah, so that is the reason you can see this standard field status variant is assigned. Okay, we can just change it to TE12, say enter, and say save. Okay, this has got saved. Now we'll go back. Field status is done. Now your next step comes, that is your fiscal year variant. Okay, so I told you I'll explain the fiscal year variant. Okay, we'll just start the fiscal year variant. Okay, so now fiscal year variant. Okay, what is a fiscal year variant? Fiscal year variant is to define your period, basically. As per your balance sheet reporting, what period you want to follow, that you have to define in the fiscal year variant. Okay, so there are 2 types of fiscal year variant. One is year dependent and other is year independent. Okay, we'll understand what is year independent and year dependent. Year independent means your start and your end month period is always same. Okay, start and your year end month period is always same. And year dependent means what? It always keeps on changing every year. Okay, now take the example, what can be where the period is always same. So even in this year independent also, there are 2 bifurcations. One is calendar year and other is non-calendar year. So calendar year means what? Jan to December. Okay, so Jan to December is always considered as a calendar year, and SAP only understand this year, Jan to December. Okay, so as per SAP's configuration, if you are going to have any non-calendar year, then you have to create that in SAP. Means you have to consider April to March, okay, August to September, June to July, whatever is your your reporting period. Now, why we say your end start and end period is always same? Because see, if you go for India reporting or if you go for US reporting, your period is always Jan to December, right? Has it happened ever that their government has issued a notice and they told that no, from this year my period will change or something? No. Right? So that is the reason we term this as a year independent. And what is a year dependent period? Year dependent means where your period always keeps on changing. Means one year it is Jan to December, next year it is April to August to September, like that. Okay, so if your country has such specific requirement, that can also be fulfilled from SAP. Okay, then after that you also have a shortened period. Now what is a shortened period? Shortened period also comes in your year dependent, where your period of reporting is short. So like say you are going to report only for Jan to October, or you are going to report only for say October to March, like that. Okay. This shortened period, which example you can take in the shortened period? Suppose your company is closing, okay, closing the business or anything, they are just shifting, they don't want to continue anymore. So that time you can go for a shortened period. Okay, means you are just going to do a reporting of say 3 months or 4 months, like that. Okay, so clear on this, right? What are this fiscal year? Now we will start the configuration. Yeah, so let's start the configuration. So field status is done. Then after field status, in the same config you have to go financial accounting global setting, ledger. Under ledger you will have a fiscal year and a posting period variant. Click on this and go in maintain fiscal year variant. I'll just click on enter. We'll try to create a totally new period. Okay. See, I will show you. SAP has already provided some standard fiscal year. Like if I go in K4, K4 is used for the US calendar. Okay. US. So you can see here calendar year is ticked. Okay. So always this is ticked. From this, the system understand that this is your US. Okay. And see here, the periods are 12 and there are special period. I'll explain you what is the special period also. Suppose I click on this and I go in periods. See what message it is telling me. Period cannot be maintained for calendar dependent fiscal year variant. Okay. Why it cannot be maintained? As I told you, right? If it is K4, if it is calendar, SAP by default understand that your period is Jan to December. Okay. So you don't need to create any period over here. But suppose you are in India and you want to have the fiscal year as per Indian reporting. So for that, your SAP has given you V3. Okay, so if I go in V3 now over here, see, I'll show you V3, and if I go in periods, see here you can see a month is updated over here. Month, days, everything is updated. Okay, that is the reason whenever it is other than calendar year, you have to create a fiscal year. Okay, and here you can see year dependent is there. If you're going for a dependent, just tick this over here. Okay. So we will now try to create a fiscal year. I'll say this, select. Again, I will say copy. Okay, copy means I am just taking a copy example. If you want, you can just take directly. I'll say over here as T2. Okay, April to March. I'll not mark this because it is not even a calendar year. So I'll just keep it as it is. And I'll say over here as enter. Okay, now here again I'm getting, do you want to copy all or only entry? Okay, so if I copy all, that period also will get copied, everything, whatever was there in V3. So I will just say only copy entry because I want to further explain you how you can manage that, how you can create the periods. So I'll say enter. Okay, select this T2 and go in the periods. Okay, now here you can see it is coming as blank, right? Just say new entry. Okay, and start updating the months. Now, see, I told you, right? SAP only understands the calendar Jan to December, correct?
Yeah.
So you have to
but,
update.
Just one clarification. You see, a physical period. Now, my question is, I am going to configure this across all the countries, isn't it?
Correct.
So for me, each country has a different configuration, physical year. How do I handle that actually?
Yeah, so see, for that, see, I'll show you. Wait, I'll just go back. Yes. So normally what the companies do now, like we are trying to create, right? Why I'm creating? Just to show you how the configuration is done. But SAP already has created some fiscal years over here, correct? So suppose if this is April to March, right? Like in India, we are using this now. So SAP, the consultants will directly use this. They will not try to create anything. Okay. They will use this. This is for July to June. Australia uses this. V6, their reporting period is June to July. Okay, so like
I can associate this one to where actually? Where
this one to your company code. As we assign the fiscal year to your, understood? We assign the field status variant to the company code, correct? So whatever we are creating now, that we are going to link to our company code. Understood?
But if I have a scenario that, taking an example, UK or not UK, I think one of the European countries has July to June. Okay. But my financial reporting to US is the headquarters. I need to follow only the calendar year, January to December, or even December to November. That will be the case. So if that is the case, each country has to do the reporting in two different physical variants.
Correct,
how do they handle it?
So I gave you the example of leading and non-leading ledger, correct? Leading and non-leading ledger, through that they handle. So I will show you that also. Okay, I'll go in this ledger. Okay, under ledger you can see there is a configuration, define settings for ledger and currency type. So I'll just select this. Okay, now this 0L, 0L is always considered as your leading ledger. Okay, and always it will get assigned whenever you create a company, it will always get assigned to your company code. Okay, by default. Now this other ledgers and other than 0L all are considered as a non-leading ledger. Suppose if I click on this, okay, sorry, I'll click on this and I'll go in the company code setup. Okay, see here if I go ahead, okay, you can see all the company codes are assigned to this ledger. So like that, whatever companies are there here that you can assign to the non-leading ledger, and you can assign your fiscal year variant also. See over here. So the fiscal year variant gets assigned to your non-leading ledger. Are you clear?
Yeah.
Fake investments. Okay.
Just thinking, this is okay. Fiscal year variant.
Yeah.
Okay. So fiscal year variant will be one fiscal year variant. But how do I do it on both the? Can I do a single company code for two fiscal year variant?
Single company code for two fiscal year variant.
Yeah. Because I need to report on.
Yeah, you can do that. No, you'll have to create a non-leading ledger, right? So you create a non-leading ledger and then do that.
Okay.
So you can
non-leading ledger.
Non-leading ledger you'll have to do, and there is one. These three
is
settings
that functionality available in the FICO, or it is only in the S4HANA?
In ECC, you mean?
Yeah. Do we have it in ECC?
ECC also we have new ledger concept. Okay. New ledger concept we have in ECC, but in ECC, like here you can see, right, currency concept has changed, right, over here. And previously in ECC we didn't had that AC DOCA, right? So what was the drawback in ECC na? Because we didn't had AC DOCA, even though you had new GL na, what you used to do, you had to do the reconciliation. Okay, that reconciliation concept was there only. Okay. So because of S4HANA, now you don't need to have that step only of doing the reconciliation. Okay. Like in asset accounting, you had to do the reconciliation between AA and GL account because of that new GL concept. Okay. But now you don't have to do. So only new GL concept is there. I mean, you can create this leading and non-leading ledger. Okay. But anyways, the reconciliation comes in that part. But here the advantage is that you don't need to do the reconciliation. Okay. Clear?
Yeah.
So these three steps are important. I'll show you which three steps. First, create this. Okay. Suppose this, if you want to deactivate any ledger, that also you can do. Okay. So you can deactivate any ledger if you want. Okay. Go back. And this step is important. Define ledger group. In this, what you have to do now, suppose I select this one and I go in this. You have to select this as a representative ledger. You understand the meaning of representative, right? Till the time you don't select this as representative, you will not be able to use this for reporting. Okay. So these three settings are important. Okay.
This is the extension ledger.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So same extension ledger, you're right. Okay. I'll just go ahead now. Field status, where were we? Fiscal year variant. Maintain field status, fiscal year variant. Okay. select this T2. Okay, I select this. Okay, we have to go in period now. And in this period, select new entry. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now, just as I told you, SAP just understands the period Jan to December, correct? So update the month over here. So I will update the month like first, days are 31. Okay. Second, okay, this also I will update. And see, first is the Jan month, correct? As per SAP calendar. Okay. Then it has 31 days, Janus, and period as per Indian calendar, it will be which period? If you consider Jan.
I think it's Jan to December, isn't it?
As per India, what is the reporting? April to March. Okay. So
is it? Okay.
Yes, April to March is the reporting for India. Okay. So
okay.
Yeah. So if it is April to March, so Jan will be considered as which month? It will be
So
the 10th month, right? Jan will be for Indian calendar, it will be a 10th month, right?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which ledger is used as the accounting ledger in the Universal Journal concept in SAP S for HANA Finance? Option A, General Ledger. Option B, Accounts Payable Ledger. Option C, Accounts Receivable Ledger. Option D, there is only one ledger, the Universal Journal. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP S for HANA Finance 2022, a program designed to empower you with the latest advancements in financial management. In this comprehensive course, we cover the intricacies of SAP S for HANA Finance 2022, offering a deep dive into its cutting-edge features and functionalities. Whether you're a finance professional looking to stay ahead in your field or an organization aiming to optimize financial processes, our training is tailored for you. At ZaranTech, our industry-leading instructors guide you through real-world scenarios, from advanced analytics to real-time reporting, ensuring you're equipped to navigate the complexities of modern finance. Join us to gain a competitive edge, enhance your financial acumen, and drive strategic decision-making in your organization. Don't miss out on this opportunity to master SAP S for HANA Finance 2022 with ZaranTech. Visit the link below to learn more and secure your spot in the future of financial excellence. Elevate your finance expertise with ZaranTech today.
Yeah, see, April to December will be your 9 month, first 9 month. Okay. Then Jan will be 10. Feb will be 11.
Okay, that way you are asking.
That way, okay. Yeah. And March will be 12, like that.
Okay, so we had to put it like that actually.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, we have to put it like that. Okay. Again,
so your left-hand side will be almost like
period like which you want.
How do you give that 28 or 29?
28 means as per the year. Means suppose if I'm creating for 2023, then I will give here as 28, like that. 28. So
but for each year we had to create this, so
each year you don't need to create. Okay, you are selecting as a independent, right? Correct. So that you just have to follow one step, that at the year end you will have to do that year end activity. Okay. But like you just have to do a single step in that. You don't need to create every year. Same fiscal year variant you're going to use once created. Okay. Every year you don't need to create the variant over here. Okay. Yeah. This is just one single configuration that you're going to do. Okay. So means one time activity, I can say. Then say 30, 31. But in case of dependent, you know, every year you have to do, right? You understood, na? Dependent you have to do every year, because the concept is only like that it is keeping on changing, right? So 4, 30. This will be 1, correct, for India. I'll say enter. 5, 6 and 7. 31. Sorry, 31, no. 31 only. 31, 30. And this is so 31. It will be 2, 3, 4. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 31, 30, 31, 5, 6, 6 and 7, 11 and here 12, 30 and 31. Here it will be 8 and here it will be 9. Okay, enter. Okay, so we have created this period. Okay, now go up. And
Can
here
I
there
create
is a
these things in an Excel file and upload it?
here you don't have the option.
Something?
Here you don't have the option of uploading through Excel file.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think there is a Fury app. If you have used it, maintain fiscal year variant. In that you can upload it if you are.
I had asked this one only because the MSG Pro has that functionality.
No, that actually that client will like to use it in case of open and close period. Okay, this is just one-time activity, right? When you
No, one-time activity only. You can write it in an Excel sheet and just upload it. Not in SAP. I meant another ERP function.
Another ERP function. Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean after the next year, right? Now it is 23. When 24 will come, now you have to do some steps so that in the 24 you will get again this. Okay.
So every year I had to do this.
Yeah, I mean you have to change that period. So I will tell you what you have to do.
Okay.
Now in this year shift is there. Okay. Now what is this year shift? We'll understand. So you know, right? Function F1, when you do, you get the exact details of that particular tile. Okay. So year shift means basically in case of India, if I go in India, see, I am considering my year as 2023, right? So 2023 I'm considering. Okay. So if I'm considering 23, for me, Jan, Feb and March will be the previous period, correct? Previous year, na? Jan, Feb and March. So you have an option if you are considering as a previous period. Na? See, I can update here as -1. See, specifies whether the fiscal year of a posting period is different to the calendar year. So this is the identification from where the system understands that it is different to your calendar year. Okay. So how do you identify it based on this combination? So if you want to keep, see, if you +1 when you will keep if the fiscal year is later than the calendar year. -1 we will keep when the fiscal year is before the calendar year. So in our case, it is before the calendar year. So I will just keep it as -1. Okay.
Okay.
Like that. So wherever, suppose if you are doing for Australia, that is July to June. So then July to June, accordingly, you will have to manage it over here. Okay. If you are considering before or after. Say enter. Okay, and then say save. I will also explain you what is the special period. Don't worry on that. First we'll complete this. Okay, now go in this text. Okay, this is just a text maintenance. So I'll just go in this. See, you have the option that you can maintain in multiple languages also. So I think I'll just say my period is 01. Okay, it is April. So here you can just update the text. I mean to say May. And this is not a mandatory step. If you want, you update, otherwise keep blank. July. August. September, October, November, nine is our December, Jan, 11 is Feb, and 12 is March. And now I will explain you what is a special period. You can see we have updated here 4 special period. Okay. What is the use of this 4 special period? We'll understand now. So I'll consider this as 13. Okay. After 12th comes 13, right? So I'll say this as special period 1. So now there is a purpose of creating this special period. Okay. What is the purpose that we'll understand? So tell me, in your company, audit also happens. You need to file your balance sheet, correct? Every year you have to file your balance sheet. Maybe it any company, it be US, it is in US, Canada, whatever company. You have a specific date, right, on which you need to file your balance sheet and P&L, correct?
Yeah.
For the tax authorities, right? And this is every country's requirement. So when you have this requirement that you need to file to the tax authorities, okay, it is not like to have even to file to the tax authorities. Before that, you need to have the tax audit, correct? Tax audit is there, mandatory, right? Every country has to do that. Tax audit. I don't know in UK how it is, but I think even in UK it is there, right? Audit has to happen before the filing of the balance sheet and P&L, right? They have to sign it.
Yeah.
Right. So suppose now I'll give you example. Like 30th of September is your date of filing the tax filing your this company's return. Okay. So if 30th of December is there, 30th of September is there, and when is your year ending? Year is ending on March. I'm taking an Indian example. Correct? Jan to April to March. So it is ending on March. Correct. After March, how many months are left? 5 months exactly. March, April, May, June, July, and August. And then September is the date when you're going to file your return. Okay, 30th September. So only 5 months are left. So is it possible that in March you will close your books? I mean, if you have the activity, means this is a standard activity in SAP that after your all month-end activities and everything, you need to close your particular month. Why we need to have this open and close activities? So that it doesn't happen that any end user will post the entry wrongly in SAP. Okay, during a particular month once it is closed. Okay, so and if your audit is happening during this period, okay, say the auditors come in the month of August, and they provide you some rectification entry, correct? So rectification entries you will definitely post in the month of March, right?
Yeah.
So for that you need the period to be open, right? This March period needs to be open, right? So you can use that special period in this case. So what will happen now? Only the March period will be open. Okay. If you use that special period. Okay. So see here, I have given the explanation also. Special period represents an extension of the last normal posting period. When the posting date falls within the last normal posting period, then during document entry, you can specify the transaction figure to update separately in one of the special period. Okay. So understood, right? What is the special period? See, I've given an end date of the year. So, I mean, normally we post in the end date only, whatever are the rectification entries. So that we also have the, we have a record also we have that we have posted the entries during this. So that is a use of the special period. Okay. So you can create 2-3 special periods also as per your client's requirement, or 4 special periods accordingly. So I'll copy this. Copy option is available, so you can just copy this. I'll show you the posting also. Okay, once we are done with the configuration, I can show that. 15 and here 16. Here also EN, then say enter. Okay, and say save. Okay, and then go in shorten fiscal year. Okay, shorten fiscal year we are not going to create, right? Anything. So keep it as it is. Go back. Here I have given a link also to you, so that if you want to understand how the shortened period config is done, here you can go with that. You can click on this link. I will give this to the Zara Infotech. They will update this Excel material also for you. So you can just use this Excel. So now this is done. Now the next step is to assign it to your company code. Okay, so I'll go here. Select this. Select your company code and assign over here whatever you have created. T2, right? We created. So we'll select this, enter. Now you're clear, right? At company code level, you assign your fiscal year. Say save. That concept you're clear, na? If you are using 1:many relationship, na, your fiscal year variant has to be same for all the company codes. That you keep in mind. Then you have to create the non-leading ledgers accordingly. What is this? Edit fiscal year calendar. No. See, I'll show you. Take V3 and I will execute. Now I'll go in posting period variant. Okay. Next is your posting period variant. Okay. If you go in enterprise structure now, which I have defined, see, these steps are this variant creation is important. All these things, whatever we are doing now, I have just updated. So we'll now start with the posting period. Now, what is the use of posting period variant? As I told you, right, you have a month-end activity where you need to have your period open and close, correct? So that is controlled through your posting period variant. Okay. So you have to create the posting period variant. Go and define variant. Okay. Create. This is nothing, just a digit they want. How much ever, 4-digit code, whatever, 4-digit only. Okay. Create it as a posting period variant. Say enter. Say save. Okay. Go back. Go back. Variant is created. Click on the next step. Assign variant to the company code. Select this TE12 and assign it. This assignment activity is important. This recipe is like linking. You understand, na? Linking this, linking that. Then from there, this data comes like that. Yeah, I have some PDDs I can share with you, PPTs or PDDs that I can share with you. Okay, basic that are that I can share with you. Yeah, so diagram is not there. Means diagram will be of process flows and everything. Okay, and org structure.
Yeah.
Org structure, so you will get from Google also all the things. If you search on Google and all. Okay, so we are done with this. Yeah. These 3 steps are important, and the last step is important. Now click on this open and close posting period. Select your period which you created and say enter. Okay. Now this is important. From here, the system understand whether which GL account, which this which account group should be kept as open, account type basically. Now what is a account type in SAP? Okay, account type basically represent that GL account which you are creating, it is related to which type of GL, whether it is related to customer, whether it is related to asset, whether it is related to GL, material, contract account and vendor. Okay, so clear on this? What is the account type? Account
You're
type.
talking about the GL account types, isn't it?
Yes, GL account type.
So why don't we have anything related to the material ledgers? Okay,
Material is there.
Okay.
Material. So you will create specific to material GL, you will create over here under material.
Okay, so
Okay.
it covers everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
It covers everything. Yeah.
And
so
the tax and all, the GL entries for tax, that won't come here, no?
it
That
will come
under
in this category, GL account.
accounts.
GL
Okay.
account, yes, like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So now plus means what? Plus means it is applicable for all the types. Okay, so you can select this plus. And when you select plus, here you don't need to update any GL account. Okay, see if I update any GL account or anything, see it will throw an error. So you don't need to update any GL account in plus means it considers by default that all the GL accounts you want the period to be open. Okay. So we'll keep our period open, say from 1, okay, 2023 to 12. Okay, 2023 means I'm keeping the whole period as open. If you don't want to keep, what you will have to do? Like I will just keep my Jan period, April period as open. For me, first is April, so my April period only will be open. Okay, like that.
Okay. So here, when you mentioned 1, is it April or January?
It is April. I have already defined, right, for my
that is why I'm asking.
Yes,
actually,
yes. It is April, like that.
April. Okay.
Yeah. Further, if you go, there is an authorization group, right? Now, what is the use of this authorization group? Now, take the example of month-end activities. Okay. Now, month-end activities, what happened? Normally, you don't want all the employees to post the entry, right? Month-end is done. After that, you also need some days, right, to close your books. It cannot happen, right, that if 31st is your month-end, that only day will be considered as closing of your SAP books also. Means SAP, correct? You need 2-3 days, right, to finalize. So in what you can do now, you can just create a authorization group and you can only allow a specific group of individual to post the entry. Okay. So in this authorization group now, who is going to help you? There is a module in SAP that is security and authorization. They are going to help you by creating a role specifically and you are going to assign that over here. So what they are going to do basically, they will create a role. Under that role, they will assign some specific users, like the accounts manager will be there. Then the senior manager will be there, like that. Senior finance accountant, like that. So these 2 roles only will be allowed to post the entry during the last few days of the month. So you can just select over here that group and keep this period open. So only that particular group will be able to post the entry. Other than that will not be able to post, like that.
Okay.
Clear? Yeah. That way you can do the setup. Then comes your second period. Now second period, here you can update your special period. Okay. Like you want to keep the special period open, you can update the special period. Okay. So you see, this field together in the year specifies produce the beginning of the permitted posting period interval. So if you want first posting period allowed in 2 intervals. So if 2 intervals, then I will say, take the example, I'll keep the special period open. Okay. 2, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, like that something. 2023. And last, one more period is there, third period. Now, what is this third period? Third period is used for your costing. Okay, see, I'll just say here, you can use this last, you can read this last line. Posting interval 3 specifies the open and close posting period for posting from controlling to financial accounting. Okay, so for controlling also, now the configuration is here. So just update the same period which you have updated for your finance. Okay, sorry. 1. Okay, and say enter. And I will say save. Clear on this?
Yeah.
Now suppose I'm just giving you an example of a GL account. Suppose I select this and I try to do the same setting. 1, 2023, 1, and say enter. It will give me error. Why? Because if you select the specific account group, it will ask you to give the range of GL account. From which DL to which GL you want to have the postings to happen, like that. Clear on this, na? If only
Yes.
if it is plus, you have to select blank. Other than plus, you have to update the GL account.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is done. Now I'll give you one more T code through which you can use and you can make your this activity easy. So there is a T code in SAP OB52. The T code for this screen is OB52. Okay. But suppose if an end user wants to also keep the control, we give them this T code OB52B. Mostly the manager has the control of this activity. Because see, you can't keep this with the consultants, right? Every time the consultants can't have this open and close activity, right?
Yeah.
You need to give to some of the senior person in the company. It just can't be the consultants who are handling these activities always.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So select this. Okay, I'm selecting this, and here you can see there is an option change. Okay, so you can change your fiscal your posting period. Suppose I select here as plus. Okay, and I'm changing this 1. We had selected 1, right? I'll change over here 23. I'll change over here as 3, 2023. Here also I'll keep it as 1. Okay, I'll go down. See, here you have the option that you can do first in test and then. Okay, and see here also you have authorization group. Authorization group also you can change. So I'll remove this test run and I'll say execute. See, this got changed.
Yeah.
Okay. So like that, from this T code, you can directly do the changes. Okay. So, and in Fury tile, SAP has given option which is maintain variant. Okay. There is a app maintain variant that you can use, and through that app also you can directly upload. You are asking, right, upload option that you are asking for that fiscal year, but we have for this SAP has given directly you can upload the template and you can make the changes in your fiscal year. Okay, so so we are done with this. After this comes the next activity. So posting period also we assign to our company code. So now is coming your chart of account. Okay, basically this is very important topic. Chart of account. What is a chart of account? Chart of account provides a framework to your GL account. It is very much important, okay, for the basic setup. Now, chart of account, there are 3 types of chart of account. Okay, so when I say there are 3 types of chart of account, first I'll go in FS00. FS00 T code is a T code to create the chart of account. Okay, chart of account are created at 2 level in SAP. Okay, what are the 2 level? One is the chart of account level and other is the company code level. Okay, you can see there are 6 tabs over here. So the first and this keyword, fourth, and this 3 are comes under the chart of account, and controlling data, credit, bank interest, and information company code comes under the company code information. Okay, so chart of account whenever you create it gets GL account whenever you create it gets created at 2 level. One is at chart of account level and other is at company code level. And as I told you, there are 3 types of chart of account. Now what are the 3 types of chart of account? So the first is operating chart of account, second is country specific chart of account, and third is your consolidation. Okay, So group chart of account, I mean. Okay. So what is a operating chart of account? We'll understand first. Operating means what? Daily operation activities that you are doing, correct? So it will be considered as a main chart of account. Means any GL that you create, by default, it will get assigned to your operating chart of account. So operating chart of account, you understood what is the use of operating chart of account?
The normal.
Normal means, yes. So that chart of account, operating chart of account, whatever GL you are going to create, it is going to get assigned to your operating chart of account. Okay. Then comes your country specific chart of account. Now, whenever you create a country specific chart of account, here you can see there is an alternate account number. Here you can assign the GL account which are specific to your country specific chart of account. Okay. So now what is the use of this country specific chart of account? Okay. So see, you have created a GL. In this GL, you are going to assign a different GL which is specific to your country specific chart of account. This will be useful in your legal requirement. Okay. Means suppose you want to do a legal reporting, and for that you don't want to use this operating chart of GL account. You want to use a separate list of GL account which is specific to your country specific chart of account. Okay, so you can just assign that GL account over here and then you can get the balance sheet based on this. Okay, clear? So when I say country specific, I will show you so that you are more clear. So this topic is done. Okay. Now we are going into, means there are few activities which we have to do. We have to go in the, now I told you, right, chart of account is gives a framework to your GL account. So go in general ledger accounting. Under that go in master data. Okay. Under that go in GL account. And then go in preparation. Under preparation. Okay. You will find edit chart of account. Okay. So I'll just select this edit chart of account. Okay. Now, if you see in this edit chart of account, you can see there are multiple chart of accounts which SAP has created specific to every country. So in this chart of account, we are going to use this country specific chart of account basically, which SAP standard has already created and given you. So in this country specific chart of account, what is the advantage? I'll show you that also. I told you, right, SAP has created it, GL account is created at 2 level, chart of account level and company code level. So the table to check at chart of account level is SKA1 and for company code it is SKB1. So I'll select this and I will select the chart of account which is specific to India, CAIN. Okay, and I will execute. See, you're getting some list of GL account over here. So this GL account you can assign to your FH00. Okay, and you can use this as a, if you want to have a separate balance sheet and PNL, okay, specific to your company, instead of using this GL account. But you need to make sure you assign that GL account in this tab, which is specific to country. Clear on this? Yeah. Now, after that comes the group chart of account. Now, what is a group chart of account? Okay, so group chart of account. Now, in this case, there is a configuration basically that you have to do in SAP. Once you do that configuration, then here one more tab comes. Okay. So after that configuration is done, after you get that tab, you can assign a separate GL account over here, which will be specific to your consolidated group chart of account. Okay. Now, what is a group chart of account? So take the example. Here only I have given an example. So take the example over here. So US is your head office. Okay. So that US company code wants to see like rent expenses for all other company codes. Okay. So like India will have a GL account, China will have a GL account, Japan will have a GL account. Okay. Specific to rent expenses. So what you're going to do now, to all these rent expenses, you are going to assign your US group chart, US GL account, which is specific to rent. Okay. Are you clear? So what will happen now, that US entity can directly get the report, like what is the rent for India just by using this one GL account. Okay. And even in SAP, we have a group reporting concept. Okay. So even for group reporting, that configuration is important. Okay. That you have to create the consolidation group chart of account and you have to assign. So you're clear on this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good, great. So now we will start with the configuration, so that here it is now. Where is that screen of configuration? Here. Okay, go in this edit chart of account. Either you can copy and create or you can simply create new. So we will click on new. Okay, create it. I'm keeping same as my company country code combination, company code TA12 chemicals private limited. Okay. Now your language also you can select. So I will select my English language. Here you can see length. Maximum length which you can keep of your GL account is up to 10 digits. Okay. So I will keep this as 8 digits. Depends. If you want to keep 10, keep 10 also. Not an issue. And here you can see there is a group chart of account. Here you can assign your group chart of account. Okay. So I will take one example of group chart of account, which has a set of GL account. Okay, so that I don't have to, so I'll take this one, YCOA. This is specific to US. Huh? So I'll select this one. Okay, and if you see over here, there is a block. So you can select this block. Okay, what happens, if you select this block, you'll not be able to create any GL accounts. This chart of account itself gets blocked. Okay, see, indicates which blocks the chart of account for being released. Okay, no GL accounts can be created in this chart of account. Okay, so when will you do this activity? You can do this activity, till the master data, because see, GL account, when you're going to implement in SAP, you're not going to create one by one, right? You will directly use the migration tool, which I explained you, LTMC or LSMW, and you will upload it, right? So that time when that activity is going on, you can just open this. Okay. Clear? Means this you will do only in your main system, that is production system. Means see, go live is there, right? So when you're doing go live, this activity has to happen also in your production, right? 3 systems will be there, right? Quality, development and production. So in production you will keep this block. Okay, so that why you're keeping this block, so that no one will be able to post any entry. Means testing should not happen, right? In production. That is the reason you can just take a precaution. That is what I'm saying. So just say, otherwise you don't need to block it. Otherwise, if you keep blocking in all then testing will not happen, right? Then because as a consultant, you need to test also after creating. So do this. Now assign this. Now here you see what happens. Go in your company code. Everything I'm going to assign to my company code. See, already a chart of account is assigned. This is specific to country. So I will select now, which is applicable to T, which I created just now. I'm doing enter. See, I'm getting an error. What is the error? Reset company code data before changing the chart of account. Now, why I'm getting this error? So the reason that I'm getting this error is, if I go in, SKA1, as I told you, is a chart of account data. SKB1 is a company code data. I mean, here you will see the company code information. Now select this and just say TA12. Okay. And I will remove this 500. And I'll click on number of entries. See, already there are 417 entries, right? In this particular chart of account, which you created just now, in this particular company code.
But how?
If you remember, right, we have copied this company code from the standard ones. And if you remember, when we copied, we were getting that GL, right? First only. Do you want to copy the GL account? Yes. So we said yes, right? That is the reason we are getting this set of GL account under our company code. Okay. And if you are creating a new chart of account, and see, it is a new. So you need a new set of GL, right? You can't use this old GL, correct?
Yeah.
So you have to delete this GL first of all. Then only you can assign the. That is the reason, since the GL accounts are already there, it is not allowing you to assign this. Okay. So what you have to do, you have to first delete all the GL account, then only you can assign. So select this and just execute.
Yeah.
Okay, you get all the set of GL accounts which are available in your company code. Now you need to delete this. So what is the T code, or what are the options that you can use to delete it? Okay, I'll open one more screen. Go in the T code OBRA. Whatever I'm telling you now, it is explained in the Excel also. So there is a T code OBR1 and OBR2. OBR1 is used to delete if there is any transaction data available. Okay. So I'll just say TE2L, because see, even transaction is not needed. Na? Transaction is even if you have a transaction, then also it is a issue, right? So transaction means you will have to delete that also. So just select TE2L and just say execute. Is controlling, assign a controlling area to company code TE2L. Okay. Okay. It is telling please assign. It should be assigned. We had not created yesterday. Wait, we'll assign OBY6. Okay. Data is locked by, just a second. I'll have to go back. Wait. Yes. Back. Okay, we'll do one work. I have to show you this also actually. Okay, we'll directly go in OBR2. Okay, I'm selecting OBR2. I'm not selecting OBR1 because we have, I mean, it is telling you to do the chart of controlling area configuration also. Okay, which we are not, the step we have not yet reached to that step. Okay, so now what we have to do, we have to delete the GL accounts, correct? So select the GL tab over here. See, you have all the options, and now select the GL account which you have to delete. So when you delete this, you have to select in this way. So just I'm doing page down. God, wait. Sometimes this Excel keyboard. You can just do page down. Page down also will help you. I'm using down arrow because that, because it is going like. Okay. Selection. Okay. Select this, copy. Directly I'm using Control C. Go over here. Now here they will tell you that please assign one GL at least. So we'll do that also. 101 3 times 0. 101 then the thing. 1 2 3 4 5. Okay. And click on this multiple selection. Okay. So it is telling you please assign the chart of account also, or G company code. Will assign the company code TE2L. Any one you have to assign. Okay. Now we will go again in this. You have not selected master record. Where I have not selected? Selected any master record. Okay, sorry. Now just you have copied this, right? So you copied this. Now just select this last option over here. No, sorry, this one. Okay. See, all the GL has got copied. If you want to check whether it is got copied or not, just pull this down. You must be knowing this, right? This selection criteria which I showed you. Yeah. Yes. And say okay. Okay. Select this and just keep it as test run. We'll see if this can be deleted and say execute. See, it is giving, right? 417, exact 417 entries are there. See, 417. Go back. remove this test run and just execute. Enter. It is giving a warning just. Why it is giving a warning? Because it is telling you that please check, right? This run is in update run. So means it will get updated, na, completely deleted. So it is just giving you the option. So say yes. Okay, it has got deleted. Okay. See, it gave you the record also how much it is got deleted. Now we'll go in the option again over here. Assign company code to chart of account. Select your company. Say enter. Okay, and now select your chart of account. So it is TE12. Okay, let's do enter. See, now I'm not getting any error. And update the alternate chart of account. Okay, so here you can assign your country specific chart of account which you want. Okay, say enter and say save. Done. Understood? Go back. So keep in mind, consolidate means the group chart of account you're creating in this step over here. You're going to assign, and your country chart of account you're going to assign at your company code level. Okay. After that, you have define account group. So select this account group. Now account group, you know, right? Why you have to create? Because you want range, right? For your GL account. Okay. Means you're going to create the set of GL accounts. So R is 8 series, right? So we will check if we have some combination because, you know, it always try to copy and create in this case. Okay. Why I'm telling you no to copy and create? Because if you copy and create now, the set is already ready. You don't have to struggle much. So I'll just try to copy and create with some available set. I think this should be fine. Again, this is country specific. Your range can also differ. Huh? I mean, you can create multiple range also. Like it cannot be just number only. You can have like that also something. Okay, so I'll do one work. I will use this set. Okay, I'll say copy. Okay, and I will now assign my chart of account. So my chart of account is TE12. Okay. And here this group, they have given some digits, right? Like they have given the alphabets like UF. So I will give a number only. Why I'm giving a number? I'll give you the example also why I'm giving a number. Because if you give a number, it becomes easier to identify that it is coming under which head. So like I will take this as fixed asset. Okay. Let me see how much is this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. It has to be 8. Because we have selected 8 digit now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So I will change this to this 1, 2. It is going very slow. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Expense. Okay, I'll copy this only range. Wait. Copy, you can use this. Control C. Control V. 2. This is the problem. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. and save. So we are done with the range creation. Okay, we'll go back. Okay, after that, this step is the define retain earning account. Okay, this is important. So we'll just say over here TE12. Say enter. Okay, update here the indicator. I will mark this as X and update the series against which you want the account to be created. So I will use the liability ones, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, say enter. Now it is just giving that this GL account is not created under this. Okay, it is just a warning. Just say enter and say save. So why we are assigning this, you're understanding, na? So that balance carry forward happens in this account. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is the reason you need to assign this. Okay. I'll just go in account group once. I'll select here TE12. And I will change this to what is it? What we can say this liability only. Okay, fine. Liability only. I'll keep it. Fine. Okay, so we are done with this step. Now we'll try to create a GL account. We are already done with the GL account configuration, so we can create the master data now. Okay, so now master data is mostly whose activity? End user activity, right? So for that, you can go in your SAP Easy Access screen. Okay, go in accounting, go in financial accounting. Obviously, it will be under general ledger. And go in where it is master data. No, it is no master data where it is. Here it is. Sorry, master data, GL account, individual. See, you can see 3 options are there. I told you, na, chart of account is created at 2 level, chart of account and company code level. Now, in this case, you are not able to see the T codes, na. I'll just change that setting. Go in this. And just say this technical name. Yeah. Display technical name. Say okay. See, now you're also seeing the T codes. Okay. Okay. So if you go in this, see, you only have 3 tabs: description, keywords, and information. Okay. If you go in this, you have that other 3 tabs: controlling area, bank and key, bank and create, and information. And if you go in centrally, you will have all the 6 options. Okay. So we'll create the range over here. Okay. 4 series. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I'll change the company code. Okay. TE12. Say enter. Okay. See, it is telling it doesn't exist. Obviously, it doesn't exist. Now, that is the reason we are creating. Now, here is the option you have to select. This is for display. This is for change. This is for create. Click on create. Now, select here. So, now, definitely it will come under balance sheet, right? Select balance sheet. Go for this and select. See, these are the these are the the accounts, that account group that you have created. I will select liabilities and I'll update here as retain earning, okay, account. Earning account. Okay, see here you can see group number is also coming, right? So you can just go here. Means your group GL account is also coming over here. Search for that retain ETA and retain. Say enter. Okay. Select this GL account. Go ahead. Control data. Control data, mostly it controls that the information specifically to your company code. Like if you see here, you can see balance only in local currency. If you take, then the balances in local currency only will get captured. Okay. Then here this is related to your tax. From here, if you're doing any tax related GL, you have to select the category applicable for all or some like that. Go down. Now this concept, do you know open item management? What is the use of this open item management?
You can explain me.
Okay, I'll explain you. So open item management basically means what? Like I'll give you an example. We'll go for one of the vendor line item. Okay. FBL1N. You must be familiar. This is a T code for FBL1N. Okay. Or take, I'll take an example. T1710. Okay. And execute. Execute. Okay, now if you see over here, it is coming as only the open line item. Means this is payable, right? To the vendor, correct? How you understanding? See here, you can see red is there. Red is there, right? Over here.
Yeah.
Just a second. Can you hold?
Yeah.
So in this case, you can see that this is coming as red, right? Over here. Correct? Yeah. So this indicates that this is payable to a particular vendor or customer. Okay. Now, why this is coming as red? If you tick this indicator, it will show you the open item management. Okay. So whichever GL account, basically the balance sheet GL account, majorly balance sheet GL accounts are applicable for open item management, correct? If you say liability, that is payable, right? So whenever you're creating any liability GL or any tax related GL or withholding tax or whatever GL related to asset accounting you're creating, you need to make sure that you keep this as open item management. If you don't take this indicator, now what will happen, you'll not be able to see the line items. Okay, it will show you in green. It will not give you a clear idea what is the balance that is need to be payable. Okay. See, if you want
just for payable, you have to set this.
Yes. Right. Payable also, and see, it is like if you don't take this indicator, what will happen? And later on, if you make the changes in the GL, suppose you posted the entry, okay? Posted the entry and you realize that you didn't tick this indicator for your outstanding expenses, okay? So for outstanding expenses is also a liability, correct?
Yeah.
So see, so that has to be open item management. Okay. If you forget to tick this indicator against the GL account and later on you realize that you haven't ticked this then you will have to go again and you will have to clear all the line items and you will have to do it. Okay. So see here the explanation is also given, and one more is a drawback. What will happen now? See, if you say balance sheet, it has to be clearing steps has to be there, correct? You need to clear also, right? Against some, like suppose if I go with this vendor line item also needs to be cleared. So clearing means what? Like you can see over here, it is red, right? It will turn into green. I don't know whether you have seen this screen or not. See here, you can see it turns into green. Green means what? That this line items are the cleared line item. Okay. Yeah. So if you want this to happen, okay, you need to tick this indicator and clearing step will not be performed. If you forget to tick that indicator, it will show that it is not applicable for open item management purely when you try to clear the GL account or vendor line item. Understood? Okay. So this step is very important. This step, you can read this, go through this once. Okay. So tick this indicator wherever you feel it is applicable for open item management. Okay. Select this. Go ahead. Select the field status group. So I'll select this one. Okay. standard ones. Here also you can see post automatically. If you tick this, then automatically only you have to post the entry. Means the entry, this GL account cannot be selected for manual postings. Okay. This is related to your cash and bank. So when we go for the bank setup, that time I'll show you this setup. Okay. Automatic payment setup. This is specific to your interest part. Okay. So this is related to language. Language means suppose you want to have some different language maintenance, you can have that over here. Okay. Means other than English also you want to maintain some multiple language description. You can have that. See. Yeah. Okay. That way. Then this is your chart of account information and this is your company code information. Okay. I will save now this. Okay. Data is saved. So this is how you can create the GL account. Now there is one more catch in this. This is just the we have just done the chart of account setup, correct? We haven't done yet controlling area setup, right? Have we done that? No, na. Once you do the controlling area setup, like suppose what will happen, like for example, if I try to create a expense GL, okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I'll click on create. Okay. I'll select this primary and secondary. I'll select expense. Okay. And I'll go in this control data. See, here you can see there is some open item management data is there, correct? But when you select, when you say expense and revenue, you don't need a open item management, right? Do you need open item management for expense and revenue? You don't need to clear this, right? It has to appear in anyways in your balance sheet, right? As it is. Correct. So clearing is not there in this case, right? So if the clearing is not there, you don't need this open item management. Okay. So in this case, what you have to do, in this case, the controlling area configuration is important, which we haven't reached yet. Once you do the controlling area configuration, now here you will get one more tab. Okay. In this tab, you will get a tab which is specific to your cost element. Okay. Cost element. Then you have to update over here whether it is related to which type of cost element category. Okay. 1 or 11. So that we will see when we try to create our controlling area setup. Without that, you cannot see this tab. So I will say over here, data will be changed. Should the change data be saved? No. Okay. So we are done with our chart of account.
All right. Let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is a key benefit of central finance in SAP S for HANA for group reporting? Option A, offloads reporting from distributed ERP systems. Option B, consolidates multiple ledgers into one. Option C, provides real-time financial consolidation. Option D, allows drill down from group reports to subsidiaries. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP S for HANA Finance 2022, a program designed to empower you with the latest advancements in financial management. In this comprehensive course, we cover the intricacies of SAP S for HANA Finance 2022, offering a deep dive into its cutting-edge features and functionalities. Whether you're a finance professional looking to stay ahead in your field or an organization aiming to optimize financial processes, our training is tailored for you. At ZaranTech, our industry-leading instructors guide you through real-world scenarios, from advanced analytics to real-time reporting, ensuring you're equipped to navigate the complexities of modern finance. Join us to gain a competitive edge, enhance your financial acumen, and drive strategic decision-making in your organization. Don't miss out on this opportunity to master SAP S for HANA Finance 2022 with ZaranTech. Visit the link below to learn more and secure your spot in the future of financial excellence. Elevate your finance expertise with ZaranTech today.
Now we are going to start the topic, that is your assignment of assigning the levels at the company code. Okay. All chart of account, everything. So you have a T code OBY6 through which you can directly go and assign. Okay. So I will just show you. one more thing. See, this step is important to assign all whatever enterprise structure you have created that you need to assign to the company code. If you see this configuration of enterprise structure, so just a second, just change this. Okay, after definition, you can see there is an assignment. So here, if you want, one by one you can assign, means company to company code, credit controlling area, like that you can assign. But if you want, instead of doing this activity one by one, what you can do, you can go in financial accounting global setting, and go in global parameters for company code and select this enter global parameters. See, the T code is OBY6 for this.
Okay.
See, OBY6. Select this. This is an important configuration. Okay. TE12. Say enter. Double click. And now assign everything. See, chart of account we already assigned, right? When we were creating at company code level. That is the reason it is coming here. Fiscal year variant also we assign. Okay. Field status variant also we assign. Posting period variant we assign. We didn't assign the company code. So that we will assign. PE12, test 12. And controlling area also we didn't assign. So we'll assign the controlling area also. Okay.
Yeah.
FM area also we had created. Financial management. Okay. That also we will assign. Okay. See, this is related to your funds, commitments, budgeting, okay, planning, controlling. So if you're going to have that, basically management accounting, then you can assign over here. After that, you can see there are some parameters over here. Okay, more parameters are here. Here VAT registration number is there. So you can assign your VAT registration number over here. Okay, related to your company code. Okay, and here you can see there is an option company code is productive. Now, what is this company code is productive option? Okay, so productive means if you're going to post the entries at the production level. Okay, you're going to start posting the entries, then tick this indicator. Okay, so so for example, suppose you know, right, production means your go live environment, correct? Right?
I do
go
know.
live environment.
Yeah.
Go live environment, right? So normally, see what they have given, a company code which is working productively should be indicated here as X. This prevents deleting programs from resetting data in the company code by mistake. Okay, so if you tick this indicator, these things it will prevent. Okay, so any program cannot be deleted or anything cannot be done. So that is the reason this activity you can do only in the production. So whenever you are in a production environment, then you can tick this indicator. Okay, so that it prevents. But if you go in quality and development, don't tick this indicator. Otherwise, what will happen if suppose some mistake happens from the developer side, he'll not be able to delete anything, any wrong program he has created or anything. Any by mistake we have uploaded some wrong data or anything, I will not be able to rectify it. That is the reason. Just avoid this. Okay.
What is a external company code?
That also I'm coming. What is the external company code? Okay. So these two options you can see, external company code and global company code. Okay, so if you remember, I had talked to you about the outbound and inbound interface. Outbound and inbound, what is the concept of outbound and inbound? From a third party tool, you're getting some data into SAP, correct? Or take the example of intercompany also. Intercompany you cannot take the example of interface only. Okay, outbound and inbound. So that time from some other system the data is coming into SAP, right? Or some other company code, take an example, data is coming into SAP from some other system. So that time that becomes the external company code. And if you are going to use that outbound and inbound, you have to make sure that you have to update the global company code over here. See, select this indicator to define specified local company code as external company code. This is only necessary if you are using document entry function for external SAP system. Understood, na? Some external system, from some external system, if data is coming into SAP, then you can tick this indicator. Okay, and you have to update here the global company code. So these two requirement are aligned with each other. Understood, na? If you tick this indicator, then you have to update the company code over
So
here.
for my scenario, what happens is the wholesalers will be sending all the files, the sales information to the company. Okay, through EDA interfaces.
Yeah.
So at that time, should I have to flag it?
Yeah. Yes. So you'll have to update here as a global company code. See, just they have given an example over here. See, ALE is there, na? ALE distribution scenario. Okay. So if you have this scenario, then definitely you are supposed to update the company code over here, ID. Okay. So that the system understands that this is related to your cross function.
What is the difference between external company code and the global company code?
Global company code is internal, means which you have created, like this one. Okay, internal in SAP. But you are telling this that this company code will be used for external purpose also, means like sending and receiving the data. Understood? Understood.
I thought that is what it is used for external company code. Flag is used only for that.
This flag is used, but the company also you need to update, right? Which company code?
Okay, got it.
Understood. What? That is the reason. Flag is used. Okay, see over here they have given an example also. Company codes which are involved in document entry for external SAP system. Correct? Same example was given over here, right? Yeah. That is the reason you have to update the company code also. Okay, then this is clear, right? VAT registration number. And now what is the I'll remove this tick now. What is the use of this hide company code? Now hide means what? F4. Now what is this F4? F4 means, you know, right? It is used for search option. If I do over here F4, I will come to know what are the list of company code that is created. So if I click that indicator, it will not show me in the F4 list. Okay. So I will not be able to see in this F4 list. If I take this indicator, it will hide from my search option. Okay. That is the thing. So we'll keep it as it is.
But why should someone use this?
If someone doesn't wants to have the search icon, they reflect the search icon. I mean search option. Under search option, they don't want to see their company code at that time. They can use it. Okay. See. Okay. See here it is given. If you activate this function, the company code is hidden in all value help. So it will not be shown in any of the value help. However, if company code marked in this way are still to be displayed in the value help, the user can deactivate the function using this. Okay, so they can deactivate this even after the tick if they want. Okay, to just be displayed, they can just tick this. Okay, means it will just be displayed. You cannot select and update it. Okay, you'll have to manually update it.
Okay.
Normally we don't use this function. I mean, we don't take this indicator because user wants to see, right? But SAP has given, if specifically if any company has a requirement like that no, the company code should be updated manually only. They cannot just select and update something like that time. Okay. After this comes your processing parameters. Okay, this is your organization parameters. This is your processing parameters. Okay, so now we'll just go down. This you're clear. These two options you're clear. Now after that you can see here there is document entry screen variant. Okay, now what is this document entry screen variant? Now first of all let me explain you what is a screen variant. I will open one more screen. I go in FB60. This is a entry. I'll take here 1710 because our company code is not yet set, right? So I'm taking this one already created. Now in this FB60, you can see there are transaction data and there is GL line item data, correct? GL line item. Okay. So in this, these all are called the fields, correct, of every line item of GL line item.
transaction line item, correct? These are the fields, okay? Similarly, these are the fields of your header line item, okay? Now suppose you want to make some changes in this screen, okay? Means this all fields, tabs are not needed for you. Only few tabs are needed for you to do the postings. You don't need a purchase this, you don't need a partner profit, you don't need a WBS, you don't need all these things, okay? So what you can do, you can use document entry screen variant, okay? With the help of document entry screen variant, you have a flexibility that you can customize your own screen, okay? See here you can see screen variant. I'll just show you, select variant. If they have created any, okay? I'll select this one. Continue. See, the screen got changed. See, only this much is now showing. So like that, you have the options. You can change that through the screen variant. Okay. And these are the standard screen variant which SAP has given. Okay. Standard means it will applicable, all the fields will get applicable. If you want specifically for Australia, Switzerland, SAP has created one. France also SAP has created. So accordingly, you can use the variants. Okay. At company code level, you can assign. Okay. After that comes sample account rule variant. Now, what is this sample account rule variant? I'll just do F4. I don't think you will get here anything. Now I'll explain you what is this sample account. So account means what? Your GL account creation, correct? You know, right? We created GL account and everything in SAP. So now suppose in the GL account, there is a requirement that you just want some specific screens or you want some specific fields only in your GL account. Okay. So what you can do, you can create a sample rule for that. Okay. So to create that sample rule, you can go in SPRO, IMG, financial accounting, general ledger accounting, master data. Where is that sample rule? GL. Preparation. Here you can see sample account. So you can maintain your own rules over here. Okay. Create sample account. So I will just show you example. You can select the account and sample account and chart of account, and you can just create your own screen over here. Okay. Example 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Okay, so you can just create which screens you want specifically for sample. Means this fields will come as a like INR will always be your company currency. So you can just update it. So whenever you update the sample account in your GL account, the same screen will get reflected. Okay, clear on this? So that option you can have it over here. Yes. See, maintain rule is there. So you can just use this and you can create your own variant. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is only the use of this. So you can just update the variant accounting rule variant over here. After that, you have workflow variant. Okay. You understand, right? What is a workflow?
Yeah.
So you now for this you need to take the help of your technical person. He has that flexibility configuration setup where he can create the workflow variant. Okay, you can just assign 001 is a standard workflow variant which SAP has created. After that, here you have one more inflation method. Okay, inflation method is there. This also you need to create in SAP. So just a second. There is a configuration specific to this. See, you can see over here. It comes under your closing and reporting. So inflation account, it is related to inflation account. If you're going to use that, Okay, see, fill out the field only if the company codes uses inflation account solution. If so, enter the inflation method that you want to assign to the company code. Normally, this comes in your supply chain management. Okay, when you go for that.
Yeah.
Now we'll go down. After this, there is one option. You can see tax currency translation. Okay, I'll just do over here F4. Now, what is this tax currency translation? Again, I will go in FB60 to explain you. I was telling you I'll go in FB60. Yeah. Okay, I'm in FB60, enter. Okay, under FB60, when you post a particular entry, you see here you have a tax calculation also, right? Tax calculation indicator is also there, right? So what you do when you post this entry, you just tick this indicator, you select the tax get automatically calculated on your line item. Okay. When you post a normal FB60 entry, that is what I'm saying. Okay.
So how do we configure the tax actually?
So there is a configuration specifically to your tax. Okay. So that configuration you are supposed to do in SAP. Okay, we are going to learn that also. Don't worry on that. Tax withholding, tax configurations also we are going to learn. Okay, so that specific configuration you have to do in SAP. Once you do that, then your tax part becomes activated. Okay, basic configuration is same for everything. What is happening?
Yeah.
So now tell me, when you're calculating tax, your tax, if it is exchange rate, I mean, if it is an import or export, okay, that time exchange rate gets applicable, correct? So if exchange rate is getting applicable during import and export, okay, even at the tax, the value should get affected, correct? Your tax will also affect, right, with the amount of this import and export. So it is from this selection, you tell the system on what basis your tax should pick up the exchange rate. So for if in the normal scenario, it mostly, if it is blank, it mostly goes with the help of document header. Okay. Now, why document header? If you have seen any entry in SAP, at document header level, you get the exchange rate updated. Have you ever seen that in SAP?
No.
No. So example I'll give you. Suppose I take this entry. I don't think in this it will be there. This will be a normal entry. So, okay. If you go here, here is a header display. Okay, and in this you get a exchange rate tab if your particular entry is related to exchange rate, and the rate gets updated over here. Okay, so if the selection is blank, it will select the exchange rate which is updated at header level, and it will get applied to the tax amount. Okay, whatever is the tax calculation. Clear on this?
Yeah.
We are going to do foreign currency also. That time you will come to know it more, how it is getting calculated. Okay. Tax. Then after that comes manual exchange rate possible. Manual means manually you can update that exchange rate. Okay. Exchange rate based on posting date. Exchange rate based on document date. Okay. So you have the option, whatever you want to select, you can select from here. Okay. Normally we keep the first option only because that is a good thing, right? Whatever is coming at the invoice level, same should get updated at the tax. Now here, if you see the next option, here it is given company code same as controlling area. Now this option will get activated when we do the controlling area configuration. At the moment it is blank. Okay, why it is blank over here? Because we haven't done the configuration. If see, I do here F4, see it comes same. 1:1, 1:many. So whatever you select, that will come over here when you do the controlling area configuration. Okay, that is the reason this option is grayed out. After that comes cost of sales accounting activation. Now keep in mind, you have to activate this, okay, if you have SDMM in picture. Okay, your cost of sales is there in picture, you need to make sure you activate this indicator. Okay, at the moment we are not going to activate because we are just checking the finance configuration. Okay, After that comes this 3 indicators. Okay, we are going to understand now. Negative posting permitted. Now, what is this negative posting permitted? Negative posting permitting is the functionality which SAP has given you. Okay, in this what happens? See, normally in SAP, if you know, right, whenever you post an entry, it will not allow you to cancel any entry, right? You have to reverse it, correct? Any entry which you post in SAP, you cannot cancel. You need to reverse that entry. So if you are going to reverse any entry in SAP, okay, there are 2 options based on which you can check the display. So I will just tick on this indicator, negative posting permitted. Okay, what happens, if you tick this indicator? So I will just go in F1 first of all. See, if you take this indicator, indicate that the transaction figure on the original side of the accounts are reset again rather than being increased. Okay. So what happens now? It gets reset instead of getting increased. Means instead of getting increased means debit. Suppose if your reversal is say entry you posted of 100, right? 100 entry you posted, so the vendor account will show as 100 as a credit, correct? But when you reverse it, it will show again 100 as a debit, right? 100 as a debit. Okay, so in this case what happens? See, the original side of the accounts are reset again rather than being increased. So it doesn't get increased, it gets reset and it shows you as 0. So I will show you this example also. So I have just ticked this indicator so that when we post the entry reversal, I can show you how it happens in SAP. Okay.
Okay.
You're clear, right? For this you have to do this settings, but keep in mind these settings are important. Define reason for reversal. Okay. I'll just tick this indicator at the moment. After that comes CM activation. Now, what is this CM activation? Okay, now this again is related to your cash management. So, if you're going to use cash management functionality, which is there in your supply chain management, if you know, I had shown you that supply chain management. Now, in that, this functionality was there. If you're going to use that, then tick this indicator. Okay. Otherwise, no needed to tick this indicator. Okay, so I'll remove this. After that comes manage posting period. Now, what is this manage posting period? We had a legal leading and non-leading ledger concept. For leading ledger also, leading ledger means what? Your company code setup entirely. So for that, we are definitely creating a posting period variant, correct? But for non-leading ledger also, you need to create a posting period ledger if you are going to use that concept of non-leading ledger. Okay. So I will do over here F1 because see what happens if we are going to use non-leading ledger concept. See, activate non-leading ledger. You need to have a posting period variant, right? Open and close. Because why you're creating non-leading ledger? Because there are chances that you can have postings specifically to the non-leading ledger. So if you're going to use that, you need to have this manage posting period activated over here. If you set this indicator, posting period check is also made to the non-representative ledger. Okay, otherwise it will not happen. The check will not happen. No? I mean to say. So
okay, got it.
So if I go in one more entry, I'll show you FB50L. Okay, this is the T code where you can see. Here you can see you have a ledger selection. You can select the ledger and you can make the specific postings to the ledger. Okay. /n. /n is a shortcut to go back. I think you must be knowing that all stuff. After that comes this parameters. We'll understand this. See, here you can see business area financial statement. Tick this indicator, okay, if you want the balance sheet as per business area. Okay. See, you need to tick this indicator over here. Indicate that the balance sheet and P&L to be created for business area for internal purpose. Tick this indicator. Now propose fiscal year. Okay, I'll tick this indicator. What is this proposed fiscal year? This indicator controls whether the fiscal year for display and change transaction. Fiscal year is defaulted for display and change transaction. Okay. Now, you know, right, that when we did the fiscal year variant, there was a dependent and independent concept. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if see in company code, which mainly works with year dependent document number, you should select this field. Okay. Only in case of year dependent document numbers, okay, you should select this field. Otherwise, don't select this field. Okay. Don't tick this indicator. Okay. This indicator controls whether the fiscal year is defaulted for display and change transaction. Okay. Display and change transaction. I'll just close this. Only for dependent you have to tick. Non, if it is independent, don't tick this indicator. Okay, this one. After that, there is define default value date. Now, what is a value date? So value date concept comes majorly when you make a payment. Okay. So when you make a payment in SAP, okay, there is a transaction F-53 for vendors. For customer, it is F-28. Okay, see here value date is coming. Okay. Value date is coming what over here? 972023. Okay. It is defaulted based on your posting period in this case. Why it happens? Because this indicator is ticked at your company code level. Okay. So I'll just show you.
Sorry, which indicator was ticked?
This one. Default define default value date. Okay.
Okay.
I'll show you. I'll go in that company code specific, so you'll just come to know. Okay, this was that company code. Here you can see setting is updated, define default value date. That is the reason when I went into this entry, here was the company code. Directly the posting date is coming over here. Okay, based on that settings. This one. Okay, clear?
Yeah.
Okay, if you want that. And now what is a value date? That also I'll explain you. So value date basically means the date. See, when you make a payment, it is not that it will get cleared immediately, right? It will take some time, right, to get cleared. Basically, that date is considered as a value date. Huh? So, but when we post the entry, we normally update the value date, okay, as a posting date. Exactly.
Okay. So basically, this is a transactional one. Is that right?
Yes. See, value date is used in bank accounts and bank sub accounts majorly. Okay. So value date is done, right? Huh. Then comes no exchange rate difference when clearing in local currency. Okay. So this option we don't select normally. We keep this as blank. Okay. Because we want the exchange rate difference to happen, right? Correct. Foreign exchange rate should get calculated, right? Indicates that when the item in foreign currency is cleared in local currency, the local currency amount stored in document is used as the amount to clear. Okay. So don't take this indicator. Remove this. After that comes tax base in net. Now, what is this tax base in net? Normally, you know how tax can be calculated. Tax can be calculated in two ways. One is at gross level or at net level. So when I say gross, means what? Gross means nothing. I'll go in the Excel. Okay. Working, I'll go. So this is your amount. Okay. 10,000. This is your tax on that. 1,000. And this is your total. Correct? So this is your amount.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is 100. Correct? So in this case, when you say gross, this will be treated as 100. Okay. And the reverse calculation will happen. Understood? Means this and this amount will get automatically calculated. This will be treated as 100 when you say gross. Okay. And when you say net, this amount will be treated as, your base amount will be treated as 100. Understood? What is the gross and net method?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Normally we suggest the client to go for this method, net method, because in this case what happens, they understand that what is the tax amount also. In this case, means they have to manually update it. Manually, no, they have to some percentage difference comes in this case. Okay. So minute difference comes, but it comes in this case. Okay. In this case, it doesn't come. So the exact tax amount, whatever is coming in your invoice, that you can reflect over here as per the percentage. Okay. Because you come to know the difference also. Suppose if sometimes the wrong tax amount is updated by the vendor or customer in the invoice and by the vendor, then you can just highlight him also that you have updated wrong tax. Okay, after that is discount base in net value. Now again, if you want the discount to be calculated based on net value, then take this indicator. Okay, now all these indicators are related to functionality from here, different types of functionality. Like if you're going for financial management activation, financial asset management activation functionality, then use this indicator. If you're going for purchase account procedures, then take this indicator. If you're going for JV accounting, JV is these are what you say, joint venture accounting. If you're going for that, take this indicator. If you're going for hedge accounting is related to your cash and liquidity management. Okay, then take this indicator. Enable amount split. If you want to have the amount splitting functionality, then take this indicator. This is not related to document splitting. Otherwise, you will think this is related to document splitting functionality. Okay, see, enables you to split the invoice or credit memo final amount. Okay, so if you want, you can have this indicator tricked. And last comes your tax report date activation. Now I will explain you what is this tax reporting date active. Tax reporting date active, I have ticked this indicator. Okay, what does this means? So there is a Fury app in SAP, okay, which tells you related to if you know something about taxes. Like in India, we have concept like depending on your turnover, it decides that whether it should be quarterly, monthly, or yearly, like that, or half yearly, like that. So, so in this case, what happens now? You have a Fury app in SAP, which SAP has given, that is related to your run compliance report, advanced compliance report. So in that app now, what is the advantage of using that app now? Through that app, you can directly get the files which you submit to the government authorities. So you can just utilize that file and then you can further send to the government authorities. Okay, that is the use of this. That is the use of that ACR report. Okay, in that ACR report, there is one more functionality, that is manage tax line item. So what is the use of that manage tax line item? So I gave you the example, right? Like it is definitely if your
Where
return
is
is of
available tax managed line item?
it is a
Is
app
it in this
only.
screen or?
It is a Fury app. Fury app.
Okay,
It is.
Fury
Okay.
app. Okay.
Yeah. So let me see if I can go into the Fury app directly. Here they have given us the Fury app link also. This is the Fury app launchpad. Let's see, allow. I don't think, but we'll have that functionality. In this, we have the functionality where you can check the apps. So we have a manage. Oh, we have this. Let me search over there then. Or
what is the exact function of Fury app actually?
Whatever tiles you see in SAP, same you can see in Fury app also. Okay.
So
like
that means we can use it in the mobile or something.
Yes, yes. That is the functionality. Okay. So see, because otherwise you will always need to have a desktop, laptop, all these things you will need to have, right? There can be a emergency or something, like take the example of sales people. It is not possible for them to, always have is from this side. So it is not possible for them that to always have this laptops or desktop, right? When they are on site or somewhere else, correct? They should have something from where they can directly approve the sales order or something, right? So that is the reason SAP has given this functionality that directly from the Fury app, they will just get from their mobile and they can just approve the sales order or anything. This all things they can do directly like that. Okay, so I'll just check if I can show you something. Okay, but this is a Fury tile. You can just go and whatever functionality, like, see, if you go in FB60, the same screen you will be able to see in the Fury tile also. Okay, I think you just have to post the entry. And one more thing I'll show you, Fury library. IORI Fury library. If you search on Google for Fury library, na, you will get the app names also, means which app is related to which T code. Okay, I'll show you that. See, here you can see, here they have given an example also. Like that you will come to know. You just have to click on the app and whatever you want to display, you can display. Select this all app. And now I'll just search over here FB60. Okay, you'll get the app name also. See, this is the app name, create incoming invoices. Okay, if you click on this, okay, this is the setup that the basis team has to do. So basis team is going to do this setup, whatever is the required thing. See, here you get, as per every version, you will come to know that what are the setups needed also. Okay, so this configuration is not our part. You just have to tell if you need this app or it is not activated in your screen. You just have to tell this that it is not activated, and you can give them these details of configurations. Okay, so this is about the Fury Launchpad. Yeah. So we were over here, right? So what I was saying, that tax is, it is not, see, government gives you time, right? That immediately you don't need to pay the taxes, correct? It gives you the 15 days of time, not for payment. I'm talking for filing the return. Like you told me in the case of UK, normally every quarter you file the return, correct?
File the VAT actually.
File the VAT means that would be the return only, right? You give the details, right? What is the sales? What is
it is only the tax.
It is only the tax amount that you pay.
Yeah, that is quarterly actually.
Okay, okay. Quarterly you make the payment and you don't file the return. I think you should
the
be
filing the
return.
returns will be based on the profit actually. So it can be once in every 6 months also.
Okay, got it. Got it. So I'm talking
there is
about
always
filing
a public listed companies, they have a monthly, etc. Each one has a different categories.
Okay, okay, okay. So I'm talking
so
about
what
filing.
I told is basically the VAT is basically, if you are doing any transaction business to business, usually the VAT will get adjusted actually.
Okay, okay, okay.
So it is not specific that you have to pay a VAT. The VAT will automatically be done in the at the government transaction code actually.
Okay, got it, got it. Okay, got it. So this indicator, if you take this indicator, what will happen? The manage tax line item app now, you will be able to use it. Means you can, through that app now, what you can do, if suppose you have some 10 line items which is against the VAT for purchase. Okay, purchase you have 10 line item, but you want to remove one line item. Okay, that is a reversal or something. You can just remove from that list only the specific amount and you can pay the specific amount to the government, like that. So that is a use of this stick. Okay, we'll save these details. Okay, it is just coming like that. Net base, gross base. Okay, only allowed for US taxation.
Yeah.
Okay, say enter and say save. Company code, currency not same as currency in the workflow. We'll have to remove this. Enter and save it. Workflow currency is not same as our company code currency. So we have saved this. Okay, we'll go back now. Okay, after that comes your maintain additional parameters. Now, what is this use of maintain additional parameters? I'll select over here TE12. Okay, now in this maintain additional parameters, now what is the use of having this? If I go in additional data, you can see there are some numbers updated like PAN numbers, central business ID. All these numbers you can update in the central additional parameters. Okay, So every country specific, there will be some parameters updated. You can use it for updating any kind of company code specific number, like company registration number or anything you can update in this parameters. Okay. So that you can use it further for the mapping or any purpose. 1710. 1710 is the example of US company code, basically. So you can just update whatever parameters as per the US country. Here there will be some parameters. Okay. I'll go back now. This is done. This is done. We're done with this setup of global parameters. After global parameters, what is the next topic that we have? After global parameters, this we have done already. Creation of retained earning accounts. Open items also we have done. After that, we have defined tolerance group. Now, what is a defined tolerance group? Now, tell me, in your company, you have a hierarchy every time. It is not like, like, see, this is a hierarchy, right? Accounts department. First CFO will come, then manager, then AM, assistant manager, senior executive, senior accountant, junior accountant, correct? So everyone of this, like, and there will be, say, some in junior accountant, you have 4 to 5, accountant, you have 4 to 5, senior accountant. So like that, you have some range of employees in every group. Okay. So every person will not be allowed to post the entry of any amount, right? There will be some level, right? Suppose like a junior accountant will only be able to post entries, say till 1 lakh. Okay. A senior accountant will be able to post the entries up to 10 lakh, like that. So they will have a level of postings amount that till this amount only they can post the entries in SAP. Okay.
Yeah.
And to set that level, we can use the tolerance group. Okay. So you can make the use of tolerance group for setting the level, okay, amount. So for that, it doesn't comes in financial accounting. It comes under it comes under financial accounting only. Accounts receivable and accounts payable. Under that going business transaction. Okay. Sorry, wait. I think it is in customer. Where is tolerance group? Tolerance group. Wait, business transaction. Outgoing payment. Where it is? Wait a minute. Here it is. ARAP business transaction. Okay. Business transaction. In that, it is under incoming payment. Okay, it is under incoming payment. Then manual incoming payment. Okay, here it is. Okay, defined tolerance group. T code is OBA4 for this four digit. So select this and create your tolerance group. Okay, either click new entry or copy and create. Depends on you how you want to create. So if I select this, then entry, okay, new entry, say wait a minute, or copy. Okay, here it will get copied. I'll say new entry. I'll create a group TE2L. Okay, company code TE2L. Okay, currency no need to update, it will automatically get updated. And I will update the value as 10 lakh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6. 10 lakh. And amount per open item account. Now, what is this open item account? So, open item account, I will keep it as 50 lakhs. Okay. So, what does this mean? This means that whenever a accountant is trying to post the entry, he will be only able to update the amount till 10 lakh. He cannot cross above. If he has an invoice above 10 lakh, he will not be able to post that invoice. Okay. And this is per document. Per document means you understand, per transaction. Means per transaction, he can update only the value up to 10 lakh. Similarly, if the balance he crosses amount per open item account in account level, this is transaction level, but at account level, that is at vendor account level, I'm just giving you example. he crosses the amount of say 50 lakh, he will not be able to post the entry further, okay, in any transaction. So that restriction we can give over here. Then after that, here comes the cash discount per line. So cash discount percentage also you can control over here if you want. So if you want, you can update the percentage of cash discount also at per line item. After that comes permit payment difference. Now what is this payment difference? So for revenue, I will say the difference we can allow of say 100 rupees, okay, and for expense I will say I will allow the difference of 50 rupees, okay. Means if you get the amount of say more than more your amount is 1000 but he gave you 11,000, you can adjust that, okay, you can accept that this much tolerance like that. Same for expense also, less he is giving, you can accept either in percentage or in amount, you can update accordingly. Same for cash discount also. So if I say over here as 1%, here I say 0.5%, like that. Okay. Whichever is higher, it will go like that. Whichever is lower, sorry, not higher. Save it.
Yeah.
Okay, it is saved. Go back. Go back. Tolerance you created. See, it has got created also. We'll just check. E12. Okay. This they have created. Then go over here. Assign user tolerance group. Whatever is your user, you need to update that user over here. So we'll say new entry, Z. What is the username? Okay. And update your tolerance group. You understood how the linking is happening? Your tolerance group here in this setup, you have to assign to each and every user. Whoever so to that 4 to 5 employee user ID will get updated. Save it. Go back. Tolerance group is done. After tolerance group comes the next concept, that is your classify GL accounts for document splitting. Okay. Now, what is this classify GL accounts for document splitting? Document splitting concept I told you, right? We have a separate configuration specific to document splitting. Okay. And document splitting, what we are going to split your GL accounts, right? So if GL accounts you are going to split, go in the GL account configuration over here. Go in business transaction and go in document splitting. Okay, here you can see, here is all the configuration specific to document splitting, which we are going to learn. Okay, see, I told you, right, by default document splitting, when you create a company code, it gets activated. So if I go in this, okay, this is the standard method. If I go in this deactivation, see, and I select a company code TE12. See, by default it is activated. Now if you want to deactivate, you can select this option. Okay.
Yeah.
Go back. Yeah. Now, why I have kept this configuration in your basic setup? Why this configuration is only there in basic setup? Because see, GL account you're going to split. Now, if GL account, even if you post a single GL to GL entry also, it should get split now. So that is the reason the splitting should be applied. This configuration should be done first at the first step only before doing any postings. Okay, so select your chart of account, just say enter. Okay, so and here you have to mention all your account group which we created. So account group we are supposed to select. So we'll go again over here, back SPRO. See, I don't have the habit to remember the T codes. Means I just go directly from the path. Some T codes I can remember, but not all.
That is okay.
Yeah, I mean, so I just prefer to go by path and then check. Define accounts group. Select whatever is the GL assign. Okay, I'll just copy this. To copy, I'm using Control via and select. Means I am just using that for selection option basically. Say new and just paste the GL accounts. Okay, so I have given the range over here, which range are related to my accounts group, and that accounts group you need to link to the document splitting category. Okay, so the first is what? Fixed asset. So we'll just do over here F4. Do we have fixed asset? Fixed asset will come under which criteria? See here, you have a fixed asset. See, select this category. Then second is expenses. Go again. Let's see whether we have. Yes, we have expenses also. Third is your income, means revenue. Let's see, revenue. We have revenue also. Then fourth, we have liabilities. Okay, liability will come where? We don't have liability. Where it will come? Liability. It should be balance sheet, right? It cannot be vendor. If you're creating range for vendor, then select that.
Okay.
It should be balance sheet, right? After that, you have fifth is what? Fifth is your tax. Let us see if we have something for tax. So we have this, right? Tax on sales and purchase. Okay. After that, we have a 6 series. What is the 6 series? 6 series is banking. Okay. So let us see if we have something for banking. So cash discount, this cash account we have, no? We'll select this cash account category. And last is your reconciliation account. What is reconciliation account? Do you know?
Okay.
Accounts receivable, account payable. So I will select this balance sheet. It is a part of your balance sheet only. Okay. I'll select this, say enter. I want to create also for withholding tax, but let's see. So we can create one more range actually for withholding tax also. Just a second. We'll create here. And select the withholding tax. Okay, enter and say save. Okay, just leave this. Changes to customizing certain can affect the behavior of document splitting. That is fine. Okay. Okay, so we have updated the range. As per the range, we have updated all the categories. This is very important. If you don't select this now, your entry will not get posted only, even a single entry, because document splitting is by default activated whenever you create a company code. Okay, so this is done. What you can do, you can go in the next, check item category, select your company. Through this option, you can check whether the settings are correct or not. Okay, and just say all, execute. Okay, see, it is coming as green because we have just created one retain earning account, right? We didn't create multiple. So it gives that whether the category which is defined is correctly identified. Based on this, the identification is proper or not. Okay, so it gives you like that. Okay, so for example, if you don't understand what I'm saying, okay, suppose if I go in FS00. Okay, so we created one GL account 400. Okay, this GL account we created. What I will do, I'll just go in control data and I will remove this indicator. Okay, wait, I'll make you in change first. I'll go in this and I will save this. Okay, so it gives a warning. Now I go again and I will just execute this. Here it should come as warning actually. If you do this now, here it comes as warning. I'll just change this again to open item management. Okay, go back. Next is these 3 setups I am showing you. Classify document type for document splitting. Now, what is document type? So if you know, I'll show you first the entry FB03. Whenever you post any entry in SAP, there are 2 types of information that gets stored. One is header level information and one is transaction level information. Okay. So if you check the header level information and if I click on this header data, it is controlled based on the document type, correct? Document type is an indicator which tells you that whether the entry which you're posting is related to which type of entry, whether it is a vendor invoice, whether it is a customer invoice, etc., etc. Okay, so See, for
What
transaction,
principles should I have to use to define the document type?
what principles you should use to
So
define the document type?
if I am going to define document type in an organization,
Huh.
what all the things should I have to consider? And
Okay.
what should I look at it? And why should I instruct only X number of document types should be there? It should not be XYZ.
Okay. If I go in OBY7, OBA7, this is a T code where you can check your document type. Okay. So there are some standard document type which SAP has already created. If you can see here, correct? See, so this document type which are standard now, first of all, that you should use for your standards posting. Okay. KR, KZ, all this transaction. Okay. And these are mapped also to your, whenever you select FB16, by default, it will go into KR. Okay, if you select payment, by default, it will select as T code for payment. It will select this one. Okay. When a need comes to create a new transaction, new document type, majorly it comes when you are going for some interface, third party. You understood, right? Where the client has a specific requirement that I want to identify my specific postings, say based on the specific document type. That I should come to know that, okay, this is the T code, this is the document type, so this is related to my MFG Pro interface or some interface. I'm giving you an example. Okay, so at that time only you need to create the new document type, which is specific to your requirement of client. Understood? Understood? So that time only you have to create. So when you create a document type, see, I'll just go into this. Here you can see, here you are telling the system which type of transaction it should allow you to post. So this is the control basically from where you identify that which type of transaction the system should allow to post.
So when taking in this example, vendor invoice, okay, why should assets be mapped to that vendor invoice?
Okay, so in asset posting also you select the vendors and you post, right? Correct? Assets are posted also. When you purchase an asset, vendor comes into picture, correct?
Yeah. Okay, that way.
So yeah, that way, because there are specific T codes. So if I show you F-92 is the T code for acquisition of asset. Okay. So if you are acquiring, sorry, this is for sale, F-91. F-91 is the T code for acquisition of asset. So if you are selecting, see, post with clearing. Okay, post with clearing. Okay. So you're posting also and you're clearing also. Wait a minute here. F-90. Now, F-90 is a T code for acquisition of asset. So when you're acquiring any asset, right, you're purchasing, correct? So vendor should be in picture or not? Vendor has to be in picture. Now, that is the reason we have selected over here all the accounts. Okay. This you can remove. Customer is not needed. Okay. Customer is not needed in this case. Someone must have done this setup. Okay. That's the reason you can see over here.
So customer is not needed, supplier is needed.
Yeah, customer is not needed. Supplier means vendor only, no?
Yeah, and material is
needed. GL also is needed. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. These all things are needed. There are some requirements in some countries like that are related to your this requirements. What you say? Tax requirement, that they want some ODN numbers or they want some specific range of numbers to get updated. That time you have to go with some different setup in SAP. So that comes under your tax part, basically. Means what you can do, no, in major cases only you can select some specific specific document type. Okay. Otherwise, you should suggest the client just go with the standard ones only. Okay. Yeah. And they must be worried about the identification. Now, how they will identify that this particular is related to MFG Pro or some. So you can just suggest them that we will create role specific to that MFG Pro vendors or customer, and then you can use it. From the role also you can come to understand which vendors are related to MFG Pro or which vendors are related. So that way you can suggest the client instead of going with the heavy range of heavy document types. Okay. We are done. We were in the classic. Yeah. So I was telling you about this. So why I gave you the concept of document type, because see, for transaction, you already gave the splitting, right? Over here. Transaction means GL, correct? So for transaction, you already gave the category. But if you have a new document type, standard already SAP has configured over here. So for standard, you don't need to worry. For suppose I go in KR, see, SAP has already mapped the transaction and the variant. But if you are going for a new document type creation, you need to make sure that this setup is already there. Otherwise, it will not allow you to post. Okay. So in this you update the transaction, like it is related to which customer, vendor, and all. Because even for header level also, you need to give the information that which type of transaction you are posting with the variant. Okay. Vendor invoice, standard ones, like that. So these three setups are important. This is important in case of creating any new document type. This is mandatory, you can say. So you're done with this setup.
Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP S for HANA Finance 2022, a program designed to empower you with the latest advancements in financial management. In this comprehensive course, we cover the intricacies of SAP S for HANA Finance 2022, offering a deep dive into its cutting-edge features and functionalities. Whether you're a finance professional looking to stay ahead in your field or an organization aiming to optimize financial processes, our training is tailored for you. At ZaranTech, our industry-leading instructors guide you through real-world scenarios, from advanced analytics to real-time reporting, ensuring you're equipped to navigate the complexities of modern finance. Join us to gain a competitive edge, enhance your financial acumen, and drive strategic decision-making in your organization. Don't miss out on this opportunity to master SAP S for HANA Finance 2022 with ZaranTech. Visit the link below to learn more and secure your spot in the future of financial excellence. Elevate your finance expertise with ZaranTech today.